Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here with a very special game this evening. We are going to be playtesting a brand new set of rules. They're very raw, so forgive me. This is going to be the first public playtest of GORE. And you might recognize a few of the subtle hints that are around as to what it may be based on, but I promise it is a distinctly different game altogether. But if you like the kind of aesthetic that you're seeing around, well, then stay, because hopefully it's going to be right up your alley. I am going to go ahead and give the same kind of warning that I give at the beginning of all of my games, and that is, if mature language and mature subject matter and violence are things that bother you, then you shouldn't watch any of my games at all, but especially this game. This game is going to be very, very violent, as it says on the tin, and there's also going to be images of Satanism and that kind of thing. And so, again, if it makes you squeamish, please go ahead and find something else to watch. But I think that's all of the business. I can go ahead and pass things over to my players so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you might be able to find them on the internet and things of that nature. And then we're going to start this thing. So we're going to start with Petra.
Hey, yeah, I've been pulling off the internet a little bit lately, but you can see me on the XP Guild sometimes. I play on every second Friday for a pirate, an all-female pirate crew, and every second Monday as part of the Vagrant Vigilantes. I also am regularly on the Mini Terrain domain. IHOM will be starting up again soon, the International House of Minis, so where we sit and paint any random stuff we can bring to the table and talk trash about all the things in the world. And yeah, super hyped for these occasional one-shots I get into, which are just the best. So that's me.
Yeah, I'm super excited to have you on the channel. It's the first time that we've gotten the chance to play together.
No.
We got to meet each other just for the first time, face to face at least, just earlier this week. So I'm super stoked. Welcome, and hopefully I don't kill you. But you know,
no hard
if it
feelings.
happens, it happens. Excellent. All right. Speaking of no hard feelings, Tim.
Hey, I am Tim Carney. I am 1/3 of Tabletop Terrors and 1/4 of Absolute Tabletop. And I'm really excited because Jeremy is one of my favorite game masters to watch and to play under. And so if I had to name a favorite video game of all time, it would definitely be not named, but it would look a lot like the aesthetic that you see here now. It is a legally dissimilar version of one of my favorite games. So anyway, this to me was like a birthday gift. I just turned the big fat 40 the other day. And so really great week. And this is how I get to cap it off going into the weekend. And so I couldn't be happier.
That makes me super happy, Tim. Thank you very, very much. Not only for the kind words, but also just for the enthusiasm of wanting to kind of share your extended birthday celebration with us. I hope you like getting birthday spankings. You know what? We're just going to keep moving. We're just gonna some analogies just don't stick, you know? So we're going to move right on with Sarah.
Hi, everybody. It's been quite a while. I've played with Jeremy once, and it was a whole lot of fun the last time I played with Jeremy, and I've done stuff with Petra, with her art stuff, which is a lot of fun. So you can find me anywhere by Alice XAN. I play on Sunday mornings at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on the channel twitch.tv/ACRSyn. We play Hijinks for All, and it is a fun game with a bunch of ridiculous players. I mean, we did just have one of our players decide during a little heist that he was going to get completely naked and just frighten I don't know. It was fun, though. So if you want to catch me on there and catch an awesome game, go over there. I'm super stoked to play tonight. This is kind of like my type of game, so I'm super excited for tonight.
Good. That makes me so happy. Whenever you said this is not the first game that you played with me, and then there was that very lengthy pause, I started to get a little worried. I was like, oh God, she's going to say that she hated the first game and that she's glad that she's going to give it a second try. And
I loved it.
Well, good. I'm super happy to hear that. Hopefully the trend continues. I'm very happy to have you back, Sarah. All right. Speaking of happy to have back, no stranger to the channel, we have Steve.
I don't know this man. He coerced me. I was abducted. I'm excited to be here as always. I love Jeremy. I consider him a very dear friend. I am here as often as he'll allow me. The restraining order kind of made things weird, but I'm running on 2 hours of sleep and going on 3 days. So if I die, that's what happened. Just bought a house, so that's been nuts. Thank you. If I had to pick my favorite video game, well, it would not be this, but I do love the game that this is legally dissimilar from. It is, it's this, like you get those people who collect like Ninja Turtles, and then you get those people who collect like the Mexican knockoff Ninja Turtles. And sometimes those Mexican knockoffs are better than the actual. Like, I have a feeling we're about to enter the realm of like Texas knockoff. And I'm here for it.
Welcome to Tex-Mex, not Doom.
Yes.
This is going to be phenomenal. Yeah, happy to have you here as always, Steve. And again, yes, congratulations on the house, man. That is a massive step forward. Yeah, I also feel for you because house ownership is never easy. So that's a whole new world of hell. Yeah, love you too, man, and super happy that you were able to make it. I don't know if 2 hours of sleep heading into this kind of a game is going to be healthy for your mindscape, but that's kind of where we find ourselves. So yeah, I'll just check in, make sure you're doing all right. All right. Speaking of checking in and making sure that he's doing all right, last but certainly not least, we have Jason.
Hey everybody, I'm Jason Smith. You won't find me on too many games. My work life prevents me from playing too many games. I just happen to luck out and win a spot at the estimable Jeremy Lilly's game. You'll find me most often in the chat rooms, cheerleading on most every creator in AbTab. I'm sure everybody watching this is familiar with that community. It's the greatest place on the internet. Please go there. Please show everybody support. As for tonight, I'm super stoked. I'm a little drugged up, so I feel you, man, being tired. Congrats on the house. And Tim, happy birthday, man. Go Bolts. And yeah, just happy to be here.
Very happy to have you back, Jason. It's been a long time, like I said, whenever we hopped in the chat together, man. But yes, you are always in the cheerleading section, man, and it's super duper appreciated every time I see your name. Speaking of the cheerleader section, anybody who happens to be tuning in this evening, thank you very much for catching us live or watching us in the future, whichever may happen to be the case. It is sincerely appreciated. Thank you very, very much. So I think that's everything out of the way. I think we're ready to go, ready to rock and roll. If there are questions about the system, please don't hesitate to ask. Like, it's perfectly okay to kind of stop things, take a time out, clarify. There was some fool who designed this, so I can't make any promises about my interpretation of the way that these rules are going to function. So yeah, with that said, I think we're ready to go. All right, let's do it.
Eons ago, Lucifer convinced a collection of angels to live free from the laws of Yahweh. By his instruction, the angel Dagon carved the tablets of denial. When they were purged from heaven for their disobedience, these two stone tablets were delivered by the fallen into the hands of Cain. These rogue angels proliferated amongst the humans, birthing the Nephilim, half mortal, half angel. And so Yahweh sent unto his creation the Great Deluge to wash away these ill-spawned creatures. Though their bodies were destroyed, their souls persisted and became the first demons. Since that day, we knew they would come, as they always had, as they always will, to feast on the blood of the wicked. Despair spreads before them like a plague, striking fear into the shadow dwellers, driving them to deeper and darker pits. As the 5 points of the Pentacle's star, the pentumvirate seek to end the dominion of the dark realm. We find ourselves...
I should just run the whole game with that voice. We find ourselves...
sometimes.
It's so true. We find ourselves deep within a science facility, hidden somewhere away. And we see before us a large, massive stone slab suspended by whirring robotic arms and screens. Connected to tubes of synthesized blood and a colossal bundle of wires stands one of the tablets of denial. In the lost book of the Bible, known as the Book of the Watchers, a story is told about 2 stone tablets given to Cain to balance the tablets of testimony that would eventually be given to Moses. This tablet has been recently found and partially translated. It references 5 beings known as the pentumvirate, who represent the 5 points of a pentacle. If you will, please, each of you, describe who we see one by one as they step up to this tablet.
Bailey is a tall woman, reasonably muscular. She doesn't have a lot of facial expressions. She tends to keep to herself a lot of the time. Will joke and jostle with her any teammates, but predominantly she's not a social person. It's a close cut, cropped hair. Not a lot of interest to her face, very plain.
And as Bailey kind of steps up onto this platform, just opposite of this tablet, these machines around you kind of like whir to life, and this canister that's kind of sticking out of the platform kind of slowly depresses into the platform, the red bubbling liquid inside diminishing as it gets closer and closer to the platform. And you can see as the blood pumps through these tubes and into this tablet. You watch as it drips down through these carved channels, illuminating some of these runes. And as it does so, these runes begin to glow with this kind of orange magma type light. And as that happens, Bailey disappears.
The next one up would be Rook, and Rook is a much smaller woman. She's probably maybe 5'1", 5'2", She has a pompadour and her head is shaved all the way around except for this pompadour that just kind of sits on top. And as she walks up, she's got this swagger about her and this big smile on her face, and she's turning a dagger between her fingers. And as she's going, she just kind of sets it down and she watches this tablet for a minute, and she watches Bailey disappear. And Rook looks at everything. Well, this should be fun. And she's going to step up.
You all watch as a second one of these canisters slowly depresses inward, and additional blood pumps through these tubes, filling more of these runes, which then illuminate and cause Rook to also disappear.
At that point, Mac, who appears like one of the most deep holler Appalachian people you've ever met in your life. His hair cropped short except for a very long rat's tail that he's super, super proud of. And he starts shaking his head very violently. It's like, nope. How's that a good idea? How's that a good idea? Well, you just step up here and you disappear? Nope, not gonna do it.
I think at that, you would see Adrian sort of step up. You have this rat tail whipping. Nope. And Adrian doesn't pay too much mind to it. Grizzled, more salt than pepper in the thick goatee, and atop his head sits what looks like a weathered cowboy hat that's maybe been around since the Cowboys. He sort of moves around the single gold plain wedding band on his finger and just goes, well, all right. And then I believe that he would step up, and just as the others, you would see the same sort of action, and then the runes glow to life, and then Adrian disappears as well.
Mac looks over to Doc. He could have left his hat.
Yeah, I guess. And Doc stands up. He's been sitting on this platform. As he stands, he's every bit of 7.5, almost 7'8". You can tell that there's hair that wants to grow on his bald head, but it can't because of the scars. His face and his skull look like they've been taken apart and put back together, and probably by a shoe cobbler. He finishes pulling on this shirt, and as he does, you can see the scars and tears across his flesh, some of which have knitted back in shades that are not human, these greens and blues that riddle his skin. There's a creaking and a cracking that gives you the impression of chitin or chitin that moves underneath his bulky sort of cargo pants. Well, you can go, or I can push you.
And Mac's a little scrawny, but he's never let that stop him from getting in a scrap And he kind of puffs up at that. I didn't think you got it in you. I ain't going in there. I done told you, I ain't going in.
No. Can't say it's the first time I've had a member die before we left. And I just start extending this like catcher's mitt of a hand towards your face.
Now, you just keep backing up. No, you stay the fuck away from me, man. You want to die, you go on ahead. I'll keep guard. Right here, safe, sound.
Yeah. Suit yourself. Just don't shit yourself when you change your mind. Doc steps up.
Same process that we've seen take the other three, then takes Doc. Mac, you're left standing in a room full of like 3 or 4 scientists who are all kind of like staring at you. Kind of uncertain as to what exactly to do with you. One of them kind of clears their throat.
Max starts to look around. Wait, you think I'm a coward? You think I'm a coward? Fuck all of you. And I step into the portal and go into the unknown.
In a destabilization of spite, Mac disappears like the other 4. The 4 of you feel like Play-Doh that has been extruded through a press machine. Kind of every fiber of your being feels as if it's been spaghettified and stretched as you move through this, it's hard to say, time or space or experience. And when you come out the other side, you find yourself in a very different place. You are in a cavernous room full of very experimental looking, high-tech gadgetry. There's an electric hum above you, and from where you are, you can barely see, because of all of the obstructions, this massive black orb that has red energy dancing all around it. This black orb seems to be suspended between 4 gigantic cylinders that bend towards it. The room is ringed with platforms and stairs that go up and down several floors. You are currently beneath this black orb in somewhat of a tunnel that kind of cuts across this structure, and there are 2 exits, both of which look like they are catwalks. You can hear movement inside this room. There's this kind of low kind of noise.
How would you say we materialized? And would it be like stepping through like a water door, or like falling from just an unseen hole? How would this look for us?
So it's almost like, visually at least, it's almost like watching someone be pulled out of a microscopic hole. Right about where like center mass would be.
Is there any after effects from the trip? Or are we feeling pretty much ourselves?
There's a little bit of disorientation, a little bit of that kind of wobbly headedness, maybe a little bit of kind of stiffness in the muscles. It definitely was not a comfortable experience.
Bailey's going to stretch a little and make sure any armaments she came with are still intact. Not like in the sound of this room.
As Mac comes through and fully materializes into the world, you can almost hear the distant scream become the adjacent scream as I fall on hands and knees, breathing hard, and look up at Doc. I ain't fucking yellow.
And I think in a very brotherly gesture, but an automated one. So it's not a caring movement. It is a soldierly movement that promotes group wellness. You would see Adrian like scoop up and hook one of your arms and like lift you quickly from the, all fours, just kind of, and then start to like shoulder up with you, looking around, trying to get a bead on where the sound is coming from. Says something like, all right, what are we going to do? We thinking we're going to fan out, or we're going to stay back to back and together?
And I think at that point is when I would start or I would begin to hear that awful noise.
Mm-hmm.
And my eyes would get wide. What in the holy shit show is that?
If I had to guess, demons. But what were you expecting?
Not fucking demons.
It's a joke.
Rook is cracking her knuckles, and you can watch her stretch, and she's cracking every joint that she possibly can. And as they're talking about demons and not expecting them, she's just like, are we serious today?
Jeremy, meta question.
Mhm.
What would the intel level be going in for our group? Any? Like 0?
Yeah, so they knew that this tablet, whenever it was fed blood,
Okay.
it took physical matter and seemed to cause it to disappear. And all of the scans and the technology kind of led them to believe that it was some sort of teleportation device, but they don't know where it went and whether or not you'll even be able to make it back. So your team's kind of been sent in to find out what the fuck is going on and deal with it the only way that Space Marines can.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. So then I would just sort of repeat the intel. Just, it's the only thing I know to do, right? So Rook has a very good point, but as a soldier, I can't necessarily buy into that just yet. And so I just repeat the intel and the mission, not as a leader, but as a more just a cog.
Bailey's gonna sort of nod your way and say, to answer your question, think we stand a better chance. We all stay together. Don't feel like wandering out into that by myself right now.
Roger that.
So the thing is, as you guys are talking, Doc has drawn this large, oversized 8-cylinder revolver off of like this thigh holster. And he has dumped all 8 of the rounds into his hand, and he's using his thumbnail to slice crosses into the tip of these bullets. And hanging off of the handle of this revolver are what would appear to be like a mixture of like prayer beads and rosary beads. Loads it back up and slaps it closed.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to do something called a carnage roll. I'm going to take what everyone's carnage die is currently at. I'm going to make a roll, and I'm going to be using that to purchase what might be in this room. So everybody starting should have a D4 currently. Yep. So that's going to be 5d4. Okay. Okay, I think that was 5. All right. So you are, I'm going to show this in a different way to you. You are in this large circular room. You're kind of in the middle yellow circle. So that is the main conical shape that's kind of suspended beneath the black orb, and that brown rectangle is a passageway that goes beneath all of those features that are kind of holding that black orb aloft. So you are currently under that circle inside that tunnel. So you have 2 exit points that you could go to, and they both lead to these kind of platforms that jut out over this pit, this chasm, and there's stairways. But even before you move in one direction or the other, you can hear movement of someone. Sounds like feet shuffling on metal somewhere within this space.
Jeremy, I need a moment to just take in the fact that is a Doom style map. That I can't even tell you how excited I was when you pulled that up. I was like, oh,
I geeked out about it pretty hard.
It's so good. It's so good. So, yeah, that's all. That aside, I would probably, if I knew that Doc was chaplain or whatever our sort of, I imagine we have sort of floating black ops ranks of like, we were formerly one thing, but now we're the Marines that go into the tablet. So I would probably, I wouldn't consider myself a leader. I'm a good follower. I'm a strong follower. So I would probably beat in on Doc or Rook at the moment for leadership. Probably Doc. So maybe I would kind of look, and as as you're carving those crosses into the bullets and doing what looks to me like a ritual, I would just give you kind of the soldiers, head nod of like, what do you think?
So that brings up a good point. Outside of standing in the room beforehand, have we ever met each other? I'm thinking
That's up to
not.
y'all.
I'm thinking not. I'm thinking this is like a last minute, everyone got slapped together kind of.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of like a shit detail.
Yeah, that's the vibe I got.
Right.
Sure.
Like maybe you were actually like in the brig and they were like, hey, you want to get out early?
I guarantee you Mac was in the brig. He caused some kind of a bar fight on one of the Mars moon stations, and I'm here purely as punishment.
Rook probably stabbed someone for funsies. So
I'm here for this. Absolutely.
Haley just gets overlooked to the point where they're like, and we need a 5th person. Oh, who's this person?
I'm here by mistake. It's supposed to be my day off.
She just
Aw.
goes.
And so I don't want it to be too snowflakey, but Jeremy, since I thought of this character, I've been kind of thinking about this all week, and I was wondering if there was some sort of a way that I could have some very small experience, not with the tablet, but like a piece of it or something that no one really believed me or something kind of weird. And
Yeah, sure.
okay.
Yeah, you probably could have, experienced some kind of demons or something at some point. But it would have been probably a pretty small encounter. Something you
Right,
couldn't quite explain.
And maybe that's what it was. Maybe it was like 1 or 2 demons that shredded up a unit. And how do you explain that? I probably just kept it a secret and just said that it was the enemy. Rather than, get told I was crazy and, maybe psyche valved. But I've always known it, and I probably still have nightmares about those things.
Yeah, that's perfect. And looking at the architecture of this particular room and the lighting that's kind of coming in from the very small exterior windows, you can tell that more than likely you are on Mars, whereas before you were on Earth.
All right, so I guess sort of looking both directions through this tunnel. Well, I suppose one way is as good as the other for now.
All right, you headed east or west?
We'll go east.
Okay, excellent. All right, so you kind of head east out of this tunnel, and just as you are kind of mounting this small flight of stairs, kind of going up this catwalk, you emerge out from beneath all of this machination that kind of holds this black orb, and you can see there's several individuals that are shuffling around here, and they're dressed like scientists. They have white lab coats and very, typical kind of Martian garb, but something is very wrong about the way that they're standing, the way that they're walking, and you just don't get a very good feeling looking at them.
Hand on my pistol, I'm gonna call out to one. Hey, mister. Hey, mister.
He slowly
think
turns
Doc
your direction.
Walks right up, shoulder to shoulder with Mac. You gotta ask. A little louder. I just shoot it.
Perfect. Okay, so the way that this is going to work is you are going to take your current weapon die and your current carnage die. You should have a d6 weapon die currently and a d4 carnage die. If you roll a 1 on your weapon die, let me know. Or if you roll a max on either of them.
All right, so I rolled a 2 on the weapon die and a 4 on the carnage die.
Okay, cool. So your carnage die maxed out, which means your carnage die will now roll from a d4 up to a d6. So let me swap that out for you. Okay. You said a 2 on your weapon die? All right, so that means that you're basically applying like a strength of attack of 2 to up to 4 different targets in this room. So you can decide whether one target is going to take all 4, or you can decide to divide it up however you see fit.
We'll do the first target, just taking all of it.
Okay, excellent. All right, so this guy is possessed. He has an armor die of a d4. All right. So I have to see if I can't beat a 2. Okay, there's 1 that he passed. There's 2. He failed. Okay, so you kind of let off these shots in his direction, and the second of your bullets just passes straight through his cranium, and he kind of takes a half step after that, and then kind of collapses against the handrail and pitches head over heels and disappears down into the chasm below you.
Do the others make any movement?
Oh, yes. Yeah. The rest of them, there looks like there's probably about 8 more in total in this space, are now kind of turning and shuffling in your direction. Doc, Steve, if you would go ahead and mark somehow that you got a kill. If you get to 5, let me know, because you can cash them in to roll your carnage die up.
I'm going to see the others turn around and start to shuffle our way, and real slow, oh, fuck, and pull my pistol and fire.
All right. Same deal. You're going to roll your weapon die and your carnage die together. Let me know if any extremes happen.
Okay, on my carnage die, I got a 2, and I have a 4 on my weapon die.
Okay, cool. So neither of them will explode or decrease, but you have a weapon strength of 4, and you can apply it twice. You want to apply it to 2 different ones or to the same one?
2 different ones.
2 different ones. Okay. So we're going to go with possessed number 2.
Kind of like Steve
okay.
shooting.
You downed him. That's 1 down. And that's 2. 2 down. All right. So, yep, you kind of unleash and you drop 2 further of these creatures. That's 3 total. Again, make sure that you calculate or keep track of 2 kills. And these creatures are now kind of honing in on where your group is located and are starting to kind of shuffle faster in that direction. Anyone else?
Yeah. I will shoot. Okay.
Same deal.
Yep. 2 on the carnage and 4 on the weapon die.
Okay. All right. So same as Mac. Are you distributing it amongst 2 different targets?
Yes, 2 different targets.
Okay. All right. Got 1. Ooh, he got a 4, so he gets to roll again because it explodes. Okay, so that one survived because he got a total of 7 on his armor. The second one, also got a 4. Also got a 7. My God. Okay, so you are shooting at these things, but you're hitting like the arm rails, the like the guardrails and stuff of these walkways that they're standing on, and you can see the sparks kind of flying from the shots that you're firing, but they're just not making they're just not hitting their mark. All right, either Rook or Adrian now, I think.
I was gonna say Rook is just gonna kind of like giggle to herself, like, this should be fun. And she pulls out her pistol. She's like, it's not fair you guys started without us. And she kind of comes around Doc and she just like uses him as like human shield as she starts shooting from around the side of him.
All right, perfect. Okay, same story. You're going to roll your weapon die and your carnage die together.
I got a 4 on my carnage die.
Okay, which means it explodes, or not explodes, but rolls up.
2 on my weapon die.
Okay, so you get to apply to 4 different targets, how you see fit, to a strength of 2. There are what?
Yeah.
3 dead. So okay, there are still 6 remaining.
Yeah, she'll just go for 4 if she can. So.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Okay, the first one's fine. The second one, is also fine. Oh my God, the third one's fine too. What the hell? Okay. Again, all 4 of them managed to evade your shots. So you're kind of trying to lean around Doc and shoot, and these things are moving like with increased speed. So they started off kind of small shuffles and things like that, but their agitation has increased and now they're like at sprinting speeds. So this like rapid acceleration of their speed is just causing you to not be able to quite hit your target. You're just not leading it enough. All right, I think that leaves Adrian for the round.
All right, so with Mick Gordon's Rip and Tear playing in my ears as they, start shambling, and then the shamble turns to maybe a sort of a gallop or skip. It's like, I rolled a 2 on my Carnage die, and I rolled a 5 on my weapon die.
Okay, excellent. All right, so we'll do 2 different targets to a strength 5. You want to do 2 different targets or 2 to the same?
I think I would do 2 different targets, similarly as
Okay.
the others.
Sure.
I see this group, we're trying to just put holes in all of them, you know?
Certainly. Okay, the first one fails, and as does the second one. Okay, so that's 2 kills for Adrian. So that leaves 4 remaining by my count. All right. They have kind of rounded this curved kind of catwalk that kind of surrounds this space. And 2 of them are charging from either direction of this hallway. The first 2 that are coming from the east are going to manage to close with you. The other 2 aren't quite going to be able to make it just yet. They have a weapon die of a D4 as well. All right, so let's see. Who is up front of the group? Who was on point? Was it Doc?
I believe it was me and Doc.
Okay, cool. So we'll have 1 come after each of you. So what you're going to do is each of you please roll your armor die, which I think is currently a 4. If you hit a 4, it explodes and you get to roll again. If it hits a 1, let me know. All right, we're going to do Max first. What'd you say, Jason?
Yeah, that one hit a 4.
A 4? Okay,
Yes.
so rolled again. This hits did too. My goodness. Okay.
That one hit a 2.
Okay, so you got a 6 total.
Yes.
All right. He got a 10 total. So he comes tearing at you, and you kind of like throw your forearm up, and he kind of dives low and just rakes both of his hands across your midsection, kind of tearing at the under armor of your armor. You are going to take a wound. So let's see. We're going to get to Jason. Wounds 1. 1 wound. All right.
I'm screaming bloody murder. Get him off! Get him off! Get him off! Get him off!
Okay. Now versus Doc. What'd you get on your armor roll?
I only rolled a 3.
Okay, well, completely on the opposite side of the spectrum from his companion, this guy rolled a 1. So he kind of comes up and tries to get at you, but this other one is just so ferocious in its attack against Mac that it can't even get past and really, like, basically just kind of slaps you on the side of your helmet. All right, the 2 on the other side, those of you who are kind of towards the back of your unit, you can see that they're kind of entering that tunnel that goes underneath the black orb. So in moments, they're going to be on you from the other direction. But we are now back to the 5 of you to take actions. Whatever order you see fit.
Could I just like blindly like pull the trigger right at this thing's face
Sure.
while it's chewing on me?
Absolutely. All right, so the same thing. Roll your weapon die and your carnage die.
Here we go. All right, that's a 2 on my carnage and
Okay.
a 3 on my weapon.
Okay, and you're going to apply both of them to him.
Oh yeah.
Okay. The first one he failed, and the second one he failed. Okay, so you dispatch him. You can tell me how?
Yeah, there's not going to be much to this. He's on me. He's trying to rip into my torso, and I just put the gun as close to what I think is his head in a panic and just pull the trigger until he stops moving.
He's so close to you that you can see his eyes. His eyes are like cataract. You know, they're that kind of white, cloudy, but you swear this close that you could see like bundles of like hands like scratching at the inside of his eyeball. But he goes down all the same.
That's gross. And as I throw him off of me, I am brushing brain matter off of my face and just gagging and gasping for breath.
You down that one, and immediately right behind it is the one that was trying to get to Doc just moments before.
Bailey has a moment. She's going to try to just take that one out. Saw them attack the front of the party, and just lean past, unload as much as she can into it.
Can I ask a mechanical question?
Please do.
Okay, so on top of rolling the dice for attacks and whatnot, what is the idea for movement? Like, if I wanted to back way the hell up away from this thing behind me,
you certainly could do so. Yep.
Okay.
The only real it's real fluid. As of right now, there aren't any distinct rules about ranges. I have a note in the doc about whether or not to include it if it feels like it needs it. But for now, we're just going to kind of leave it fluid, and as long as you're not, doing anything nuts with it, then it should be fine.
Yeah, he's not like up on his feet running. He's more like crab walking backwards, pistol still in hand.
Okay, so you're kind of like pushing your way back through, like the other members of your team, as Bailey is maybe even like stepping into the void, kind of left by you, and is leveling their gun at this secondary possessed person.
That, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Sweet. All right, Bailey. So we've got your roll of a D6,
Yes.
D6,
I got a
D4?
3 on the carnage and a 5 weapon.
Okay, cool. So do you want all 3 going towards this one?
I'm going to learn my lesson from last time. How close are others? You said there was a lot coming. Are there others that are close enough that they'd be on us in a moment as well?
Yeah, in a moment. Yeah, you can see basically you're kind of facing the east right now, kind of engaging with this last standing one from in front of you, but you can see and hear that there are 2 like running. You know that sound that like a steel catwalk makes whenever somebody's running on it? You can hear that coming from behind you times 2.
Okay.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I've got the rest of the group. I'm just gonna make sure this one's down.
Okay.
Because it's on us at the moment, so all 3.
All right. You got a 5, you said, on your weapon?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. You got 3 going at him. Okay, he failed all of them. So tell me what it looks like as you take him down.
His head basically just explodes.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter of, I'm pretty close. I learned my lesson. Until he's just a body with something on top. Not much.
Absolutely. And from where his head has just been like atomized, you swear that you see like the edges of the flesh like crawling. Almost like worms, as he then kind of topples over onto the ground with kind of a wet slap.
I'm going to turn to face, I think she's the other, behind is the other. I'm going to turn to face in a very kind of not putting my back to this one entirely format. It's like he's down, the threat's over there now, but I don't trust this thing to not just crawl over and latch onto my ankle or something.
That's so good.
All right. So we've had Mac and we've had Bailey. Who's next?
Hearing the steps behind them, Rook will turn and they'll just be like, shit. And they'll run back a bit the way that they had come from and kind of kneel down and point her pistol and just start shooting again.
All right. Yeah. So you kind of move a little bit closer to engage, kind of drop to a knee, maybe for a little bit of stability, and let it rip.
Okay.
All right. So you're going to roll that carnage die, which yours is a D6 currently.
And I
the
just
weapon
rolled a
is also
6 on the
D6.
carnage die.
Oh, okay. So your carnage die is going to roll again, up from a D6 to a D8. Okay.
I got a 4 on my weapon die.
Okay, which is a D6. Okay,
Yes.
so it's a strength of a D6, and what was your roll your? Oh no, you don't roll your carnage die again. Okay, so applied 6 times. You want to divide 3 to each,
Yes.
or okay, and it was a strength of 4. Let's see, the
Yes.
first one. Okay, okay, the second one. Ooh, all right. Okay. So you can describe how you judiciously take out these 2 that are approaching from the rear.
Oh, she catches one and she's just staring it down, and it is pop, pop, pop. And then she turns to the next one, and it's only her torso that turns as she goes pop, pop. And she's not even watching where the bullets go. She probably sees some little like hole in the head, and then maybe one in the chest, and she just wants it to go down, so she's just gonna watch it go down.
Absolutely. And as it falls, some of the blood that kind of splatters backwards at you, you swear that some of these droplets almost looked like they were trying to grab towards you. Almost looked like these kind of like comet-like things that had almost arm-like appendages that kind of seemed to reach out for you just before they kind of like spattered against your visor. As of now, the room is clear.
I think in that brief moment of silence, another shot rings out, and this like thumb-sized hole appears in the ground in between Mac's legs as he's skittering backwards, and like camera pans over. You sort of see like the steam coming off of the end of Doc's gun. Get up.
I look just completely indignant.
The hammer rocks
The
back.
hell, Doc? It's like, look, I'm up. Look, I didn't ask to be in no zombie mode of no Battle Duty 5. I didn't sign up for this shit. I don't see why you gotta point that thing at me. There's enough. There are these things. And I would look over to Bailey, Rook, and Grimm. I mean, can I get back up here? I mean, why you gotta shoot at me?
Saving ammo smart. We're only as strong as our weakest link. Just a thought.
Exactly. You whine a little too much.
Why? I see how this is gonna go. I
Yes,
see.
you bitch too much. Shh.
I see audience.
Come at me, sweetheart. Let's have fun.
Rook, get up front.
You got it, Doc. And she'll move up front.
Excellent. So as you can see, kind of moving out into the wider, part of this room, again, there's this kind of circular catwalk that kind of moves all the way around the room. Kind of encircles the entire room, bisected by 2 different of these kind of catwalks on your level, and the direction that you're headed towards the east, there is a door that is situated in that wall. So directly in front of you, you can see this kind of large, heavy-looking, almost like a bulkhead of a door. Looking around for just a little bit, you don't see any other points of entry or exit from this space. Oh, speaking of first aid, so one of the rules is anywhere at any point, if one of you wishes to try and find like a hidden cache of supplies, you can volunteer to take your Carnage die and step it down a die type. You'll take what the Carnage die was and roll it. That'll generate some random things on some charts, and then you step it down a die. So at any point, if you want to do that, just let me know.
If our die is still at a D4, it's no go.
Yeah, nope, can't do it on a D4.
Gotcha.
Gotta break out the quarter, my D2.
That little weird torch one.
Yes.
I will go ahead and do that as we're like walking down. Like maybe there's some of these like carts for the scientists to use, like pushed up against things. And
I was about to say I was going to offer, since I have the D8, I was going to offer to go back down to a D6.
Keep it. It's good. Well, let's see if you can max that out.
So
Yeah,
tell
buddy.
me what the trigger and what the secret space that you end up finding in this room is, Doc.
So I think it is like those push carts, you know, like you might use in a lab to like move equipment around. This one has a bunch of, you know, obviously like scientific looking devices like microscopes or you know, lasers of some sort, and it's kind of like you're looking at it like none of this is really helpful. Like you can't like mount the laser to the top of the pistol. Like this isn't gonna. And I think out of frustration, like Doc slams his fist down on the top of this, and when he does, like the little door on the side of the cart goes kink, like opens up.
Hell yeah, that's perfect.
So I'll roll my Carnage die was a D6.
So you'll roll a D6. A 6. Okay, cool. Let's see. Spent explained. Let's see. Where's the? I think it's 1 plus the number of wounds that you're at. I think is how I'm handling it.
So I'm at 0 wounds.
Okay, so just the once then. Okay. All right. You rolled a 6.
Yes, sir.
Ooh. Okay. Roll a D20.
Nice. Oh, buddy, I'm hoping you find a key card or a floating green armor.
Oh, a 15. So we got most of the way to something cool, maybe.
A 15. Okay. So you hit this spot on this cart, trying to kind of access it. The side of it drops open, and you look in there, and there's kind of like a moment where you might be a little taken off guard. There's a chain gun sitting in the bottom of this cart.
Oh, wow.
The joy of random roll tables.
That's the best.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
What type of lab is this? I like pull it out and sort of holding it. Huh. Well, like
Somebody taking it?
no, I'm actually gonna pass it to Adrian.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's
All
the
right.
best thing that's ever happened in his life.
Happy birthday, Tim!
Oh, wow. That was awesome. And I think, too,
All right.
like... Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, like, I always loved the aesthetic in the Doom games, especially like 2016, where they were fully aware what they were doing. So they were, like, preparing for it, like one might prepare for, like, a hurricane. So, like, I imagine that this cart was probably, like, just oh, hey... and don't forget the heavy weapons cart. We might need it, so have it here. And so I imagine there's like a box of bullets and like this governmentally sterilized, packaged, like chain gun at the bottom, like, you know, just in case. And so
It's got like an area like taped off in the same shape of the chain
Yes.
gun.
Right.
Yes.
You
It's
gotta,
like
tear,
this,
you gotta tear the ammunition open because it's in one of those like vac sealed bags. Like
Exactly. Where it's like, break the tape on this chain gun. And so so yeah, I would just look down for a second. Go. Thank you. And then I would just kind of like saddle it on and maybe give it a couple light trigger taps just to kind of get the barrel spinning, just to make sure everything's kind of, and then lock and load. And he would say to Doc, "Certainly owe you one."
And I think when you say that, Doc reaches over and grabs like a microscope off his table and hands it to Mac.
But he gets the varmint killer. I get this.
I lean in like obnoxiously close. So you can find your balls.
Fuck you, Doc. I start to walk towards one of the doors.
That line straight up belongs in the Rock and Carl Urban version of Doom, like 100%. Which I watched recently and is legally distinct from the game, all but name.
That movie also legally stinks.
Yes,
so true.
It's so bad. Okay. Okay, so Tim, Adrian's weapon die is now a D10. And you have the chain gun. So a significant upgrade.
Best birthday ever.
All right. Again, the door in the eastern wall seems to be the only sign of entry or exit from this room.
Still on you, Rook.
Oh, that's great. You really shouldn't have made me the one who leads the pack here, but this will be fun. She's gonna look around, and she has some professionalism where she tries to check and make sure there's nothing coming at her and the rest before she goes to open the door.
Excellent. Okay, you move forward, and it's kind of one of those stereotypical sci-fi doors. It's not quite 100% rectangular. It's got, some corners cut off so that way it looks futuristic. But you can see that it's very thick. It has kind of lights on it, and beside it there's, a very distinct looking panel that you can kind of go over and press this very large button. And when you do so, you hear... And you see beyond it, there is a corridor that you can then step into. And as the last of you steps in through the corridor, you hear the door close behind you. You can see... Make sure I have the right... All right. Nope. Boom, boom. There we go. Okay. The corridors are very functional looking. You can see a lot of cables and wires and pipes and things kind of running this way and that. And there's a lot of metal. It's kind of not really descript as to what exactly its function is. But this corridor stretches away from you, heading further towards the east. And you can see that at the end of its run, maybe 40, 50 feet, that it ends in another of these doors.
Looks like it's just gonna keep going. Guess we should do the same.
Mm-hmm. Rook. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna continue to grumble a little bit as I'm trying to hold my fucking guts in.
I think Adrian will look over, and you're obviously, there's a pool of blood. You don't look great. You're probably paler than you were. I don't know. You imagine that Mac has a farmer's tan?
That would be quite a feat if I could get any paler than what he started at.
Right? And so you're just a little like, and I just go, you all right?
I'm all right. You can hear him like just trying to hold back just a whimper of pain because now he's been insulted.
Right? And so then I would hold up, because I imagine this chain gun's got some sort of a shoulder strap, like some sort of a, like you wear it, like you don't try to hold it the whole time. So I would take a canteen and sort of absentmindedly, while still watching the front, just hand it over. Here, you ought to drink some of this. It's just water.
Yeah, I imagine. Go ahead.
I'm gonna take a little bit of that water and kind of splash it on the wound to get the excess blood off to really see how bad he got me. And I imagine I at least see 2 ribs. Maybe a chunk missing out of them.
Yeah, and perhaps even more surprising, the water kind of like sizzles and almost like flash boils as it touches the wound.
Oh, that ain't right.
That's pretty bad.
At that point, I'm going to start like, yeah, I'm going to drink. I'm going to drink like it's holy water.
We better get that bandage soon or it's going to get infected. Next time we stop.
Here in the corridor lined with steel and pipes, you can hear, though muffled, sounds coming from the other side of the door. More You're muted, Tim.
Oh. I was just saying, well, we know what that means now. Like the, like, I just kind of look around. Open the door on 3.
Yep.
Let's
Let's
try
do
out
this.
your shiny new toy.
One hand holding the rib, one hand pointing the pistol.
And so then I think I would probably take a step back so that there's a good, I don't know how this thing's going to fire. And I don't imagine it's going to be like a rifle. So I would say maybe kick the door open. And I would say that to whoever, maybe Doc. I would imagine Doc could probably kick the door down.
Yeah, Doc, show us your balls.
So I think when Max says that, Doc turns sideways so his back's up against like the corridor and reaches over and hits the button. So this door is going to shoot open, and maybe it's like Doc and Rook on one side and Bailey and Mac on the other, leaving Adrian in the center to just sort of and just start hosing.
Perfect. Okay, so before we open this door, I'm going to get that carnage roll in. So it looks like we've got D4 for everybody, except one of you had a D6, right? On your carnage die?
I have a D8 carnage.
Rook has a
Oh, that's
D8,
right, a
yeah.
D8.
Yeah, I had
Okay,
a
cool.
D6. I spit it down to a D4.
Right,
Could get
right.
me a chain gun for my birthday.
Okay, so, all right, let's see here. Ooh, okay.
Said an investment.
Garment Shredder 3000.
It's fantastic.
Let's see, okay. Ooh, okay. Sitting pretty already. Oh, Rook. You just gave me an 8 on your carnage roll. All right. Whew, buddy. All right, let's see. There were no 1s that came up, so... Ooh, okay. Damn, this is evil. All right. I'm going to go with it. We've got... And... Okay, so there are 2 of this lesser type. And 3 of this big type. All right. So first and foremost, you hit this button, open the door. The doors once again part and reveal a room on the other side that is a little strange. It looks very different than anything else that you've come across thus far in this facility. This room is more hellscape. This is not made by human hands. And there's a ton of heat that kind of rolls out of this open door towards you, kind of washing over your unit. And you can see that there's twisted metal and lava kind of flowing around in this room. And in the center, where this kind of square-ish column rises from floor to ceiling, there's fire, but in the flames you swear that you can see the visages of tortured souls kind of dancing and spinning around in morbid anguish. Okay. In addition, in this room, you are not alone. Let me show you the map of this room real quick. I'll go back here. This map is like a square map. It has a door in each of the cardinal directions. And this column that kind of blocks off part of the room in the very, very center. In this space, you see 3 very disturbing creatures, is probably the safest thing to call them. They're orb-like, and they have kind of a festering opening / mouth in the front of their face. And what looks like entrails kind of extend down from their gums, almost as if their mouths like were part intestine or something. And this bizarre flower-shaped opening in their face is rimmed with rows of sharp, jagged teeth. Spines and horns kind of adorn the, I guess you would call it the back or top of this creature, and several appendages, kind of malformed and twisted, dangle from it, slightly grasping at the air and kind of curling the digits that end these kind of limbs, kind of in a sickening way. And they turn their fiery orbs of eyes in your direction as the door opens and let out kind of a low and they begin to make their way towards you. They are not, however, the only creatures in this room. There are also 2 strange-looking humanoid-shaped individuals, but they look like their entire form has been almost replaced with bone, maybe chitin. And what covers their faces, the fronts of their skulls, there aren't eye sockets, but instead it looks like the entire front of the skull is made out of like finger bones, and those are constantly like tapping on the skull, almost like a nervous person does on a desk when they're eagerly awaiting something. These kind of turn towards you and go, all right. So, since you were ready for trouble, all of you can go first.
think Adrian's got the
Yeah, let's get,
I was
let's
about
get
to
some,
say, I
got
think
the
Adrian
opening
goes
number
first.
for this show.
let's get the Kamehameha going, man.
All right, so Jeremy, then my Carnage die is still a D4, but now I
It
have
is.
a D10, right? You say?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Make sure, are all of you keeping track of your kills? Because again, whenever you reach 5 kills, you can cash that in to automatically upgrade your Carnage die. So
Nice.
make sure you're keeping track.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I would have forgotten.
Absolutely. Yep.
All right.
I did not
so-
include a space for that on your HUDs, but so I wanted to make sure that y'all keep track of it.
Is a higher roll or a lower roll better on the Carnage die? Remind me. It's the higher, right, for us?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. If
So-
it's higher, it explode, or the Carnage die does not explode.
Okay. That was the reason. So I got a
Mhm.
4 on the Carnage die, and I got an
Okay.
8 on the weapon die.
Ooh. Okay. Cool.
Pretty nice.
So you
Your Carnage
have
die will upgrade to a D6 now, though.
yes,
Yep.
because you
Four.
maxed out your
Oh,
Carnage
right,
die.
Right.
Yep.
Absolutely. Thank you. Yep. All right. So Carnage for Tim is going to go from a D4 up to a D6. Okay. So up to 4 different targets in this room. You can either, hit the same one 4 times or divide it up however you see fit.
I think that sorry, I was just laughing at Jason's comment. They're not entrails anymore. They're more like outrails.
That's fair.
It's so true. So I think I would just start tapping the trigger and then holding it in. So how many targets do I want to hit? I think
Mhm.
even as a hardened Marine, I wasn't ready for anything like this. So especially that you said that there's 3 or 2 of the floating creatures.
There are 3 of the meatballs. There are 2 of the standing.
Got it. 3 of the meatballs. I think
Yep.
that, and these meatballs are pretty big.
Yeah, they're probably about 5 feet in diameter, give or take.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. So, maybe something like this. And so
Hell yeah.
I would definitely. It's a piggy bank. I would rail into one, just shooting into the open mouth. Absolutely in abject denial that this kind of thing could exist. So I would split it. So mechanically, I'm going to split it into 2. But for the game, it would just be narratively and then I would probably just turn to one of the standing ones as a reflex.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
I'm going to
So
split it between
2 and 2?
a meatball and a stand. Yeah.
All right, perfect. So let's see here. Meatball has a D8 on its armor. Okay. You said you had a 6?
I rolled
Or-
an 8 on
You
my
had an
weapon
8.
die.
That's right. Okay, cool. All right, so 2 against the meatball. Let's see. That's a 4 and a 6. Okay, so that's 2 wounds that go through on it. However, this thing is still kicking. So yeah, you put a significant amount of lead into this thing's open maw, and it's just oozing something between blood, saliva, and who knows what from each of these puckering wounds you've just opened in its face. But it is still alive. The other 2 hits are going against the bone dude. He has an armor of a D6. All right, let's see. That's a 4. And a 2. Okay, so both of those shots also go through. That's enough to down him. So you can describe that if you like.
So I think what I would do is it's shooting into the open maw and my reflexes kick in. It doesn't look like it's doing damage. Or at least I can't see apparent blood and spray. And so I think that my combat training kicks in and I just turn and use the tracers that are coming out of this chain gun to sort of climb it down to the bone thing's head. So it's and just, it's like a 50 cal hitting a watermelon. It's just a couple bullets and the head, but then the rest of the bullets just flying into the room.
Yeah, absolutely. And when each of these bullets kind of makes contact with this particular devil, like, it's not like a wet, squishy noise anywhere near the way that it was like with the meatball. This is like a bone noise, you know. It's like, and there's like pieces of it just like shattering and flying all over the place. And when you down it, it collapses and falls down, and like out of the bone, this like almost like this orangish gas kind of like seeps out of its bones and kind of clings low to the floor and moves almost as if like something without legs and only arms was like pulling itself along the floor. It's kind of the motion it makes, and it moves towards one of these like rivers of lava and fire that cuts through the room and kind of like ducks down into it.
I shouldn't be so happy for such morbid things, but it's so cool.
I'm glad. You're all twisted fucks. Thank you for playing this game. All right, who's next? There's still one of the Bone Daddies, and all three of the meatballs are still around.
Well, I want to follow the pretty show. So I'm just going to shoot whatever's closest. We've got
Excellent.
the meatball
Mm-hmm.
subbing in here. Okay.
Meatball sub. Ooh. Thank you, Subway. Send me your emails. I appreciate that. Jared, we know you're rotting in hell. No,
I got a 3 on each.
3 on each. Okay, so that shouldn't change either of the die. What are you aiming at? What three targets would you like?
If those big guys aren't going down too easy, I think I'm gonna just aim for one of those.
Okay.
We
You want to go
have-
for the one that's already wounded?
Yeah, let's see how much it takes to take it down.
Sure. Okay. Let's see. He's got D8. What was your weapon die result again?
A 3.
3. Okay.
Three.
Let's see. That's 3 for 3. All right. Oh, that's a 6. Another 6. Oh God, if I roll another 6. 7. Oof. Okay. So you're shooting at this thing, and even though it's a fairly large creature, apparently the sight of it or something has you shook enough that your shots are just flying wild in here from your pistol. None of them managed to make purchase against him. All right, who's next?
I don't think a pistol's going to do much against the meatball, but Mac is going to try to take an aim at Bone Daddy over there and see if I can do anything to that.
Okay. All right. He's got a D6 in his armor. Okay.
So that is a 4 on my carnage, but a 1 on my weapon.
Ooh, okay.
Wow.
So you start shooting at this guy. He got an 8 on his exploding D6. Okay. You start firing at this thing, and you fire, and then dry. You realize you're out of ammunition. And unfortunately, none of that seemed to penetrate his hide. So,
I
Mac,
throw the microscope at him.
Your pistol is done with. And okay, so what that means for your attacks is they're going to default to. You were at a D6. Okay, wait, never mind then. Your pistol does not run out entirely. It just downgrades to a D4. My bad. You can still throw the microscope if you'd like. That's fine.
I'd absolutely throw the microscope.
That's fair.
It's getting me so good.
Okay. So out of frustration, you fire your pistol at him. However, none of them manage to pass his chitinous hide, and you instead kind of throw this microscope, which just shatters against the wall. Okay. Next.
Rook is going to see all of this happening, and she's going to get into the doorway enough to not be in Adrian's way, but so she can at least see, and she's going to kneel down. And she's just going to start shooting. So let's see what this carnage die can do. I'm scared.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, you know what it can do? Meatballs. Like, thank you. Thank you for those.
Sorry. So that's a 7 on the carnage die.
Okay, excellent.
And a 4 on my weapon die.
Okay, which you are currently at a D6.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. All right. So, and what are you firing against? How do you want to divide up these 7 attacks, essentially?
Let's do 3 at the meatball that Adrian was hitting, and 4 at the bone daddy.
Okay. All right. We got 3 at the meatball. What was your total of 4?
4.
On your weapon die? Okay. All right, so that's 1 that's going to miss. It's 2 that's going to miss. Oh, there's 1. Okay. So 1 goes through. He gets another wound on him. That puts him at 3. Okay, he's still up. That was your 3rd shot against him. And now for the bone daddy, he's got 4 against him. Right. Ooh, okay. Good lord. Oh my god. Okay. He rolled 4, 6, 6, 6, 5. So those are all misses against him. It's the sign of the beast. So you fire towards this guy, and though you managed to tag the meatball, you missed the bone daddy altogether. Okay. Next up.
All right. So Doc is going to step into the room, kind of, well, not even kind of, exactly close to this this meatball demon, and I'm just going to start like pounding. The bullets are not like doing the job, right? So I'm holding the pistol, and I start just into this thing. So let's see here. So do you get a special bonus if you max both of the dice? So I rolled a 4 on my carnage, and I rolled a 6 on my weapon die.
Okay, so your
carnage will upgrade next time.
It's going to go
to
the
weapon die explodes.
And yeah, your weapon die explodes.
Let's see what we can do here. So it'll be a 10 total for the weapon die.
Holy shit. Okay, cool. This is a meatball. 10 total. And what did you get on your 4?
4.
Okay, you can apply all 4 to this?
Yeah, I'm just applying. I'm selling it as I'm just like punching this thing with the gun.
Absolutely. Okay, you said 10 total on your weapon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, this exploded. A 12. Okay, so the first one's going to miss. The second one is only a 5, so that's another wound that comes in. Third one, only a 6, so that's the third one. Okay, so you can describe how you beat this thing down manually with your pistol.
So, like, Doc kind of strides in there, and like I said, he there's a little bit of a hitch in his giddy up as he walks, right? But he just reaches his hand in and like grabs like this fluorescent pink tongue and winds it around his hand and starts pulling this thing towards him. And he starts jamming the barrel repeatedly into this thing's mouth. You see teeth coming out. You see viscera, spittle, and as he's pulling it back, it's just streaking his visor with this gore as he's yanking it back. And the last one, he just slams it forward, and then you see him push and push and push and push, and he turns it, and the barrel of the gun pushes out the backside of this demon. And then as the camera sort of pans around to see like the back of this meatball, we see this plug of viscera just slide out of the barrel of the gun and onto the floor before he pulls his fist back out. And this meatball just sort of...
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of just like, kind of like a blob of like a sack of empty flesh just kind of like falls to the ground, and immediately starts to like break apart and disintegrate. You can see like bundles of what looks like maggots just immediately appear and start to like devour the flesh of this thing. Okay. I believe that is everybody's attack. Yeah? Okay. Here we go.
Now comes death.
All right. So we're going to handle the Bone Daddy first. This Bone Daddy kind of turns and looks at... Let's see. He's going to look at... Well, Bailey, you just drew attention to yourself. So he looks at you and he reaches up his hands towards his face. And as he does so, the hands that are kind of like covering his eyes almost like pull away and hand 2 orbs of fire into his appendages. And he looks at you and he's going to fling these 2 fireballs directly at you. All right. So you're going to make an armor roll.
With my little D4.
Mm-hmm.
I got a 4.
Okay, cool. So your armor will increase from a 4 to a 6. Let's see here. Armor from a 4 to a 6. Cool. And it was a 4, so you should explode.
Yep.
So roll it again and add it to it.
Do I roll another D4 or roll a D6 this time?
Mm-hmm. Roll D4 for this one.
So another 2, so 6 in total.
Okay, 6 total. All right. So 6 is what he got on his attack, which means tide goes to the aggressor. So his attack is still going to get through. So this fire slaps you straight in the chest, and you can feel the heat from this immediately begin to kind of seep through your armor. If a character is damaged by this enemy's attack, their armor die is automatically downgraded by 1 step. Okay, so unfortunately, even though your armor just increased, the magma, the burn from this creature's attack immediately corrodes enough of your armor away that it's back to effectively where it started like.
It tried.
Okay, that was the Bone Daddy. Now we have the 2 meatballs. All right, the first one is going to round on Doc, having just lost one of his comrades to this disgusting attack. He turns and makes this kind of noise, and as he does so, that strange kind of petal-shaped opening in his face kind of peels backwards, and you hear this as something comes flying out of his mouth. There are just 1 skull with horns that comes flying out of this thing's mouth, completely and totally engulfed in flames. As it charges out of this creature's mouth, it's going to shoot through the air directly at you and is going to attempt to, well, basically rip your face off. All right, so you're going to need an armor roll. Ooh. Oh no. Oh my god. Okay.
Like the oh no.
Right when he's rolling lately, he's just like, oh no.
No, please, no.
So
no.
what you got on that armor roll?
Well, let's find out here, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I rolled a 4.
Okay. So this thing's attack
Armor explodes?
Yes, it does.
All right, sweet. All right, I did even better. I rolled a 5.
Excellent.
Why not? Stupid
Yeah.
dice.
That's actually a pretty good roll. However, this thing's attack was a 16. So
Almost the same.
it's very close. It was very close until the very end. I was surprised personally.
Yeah. Did it.
Yeah, so you've just finished punching this thing to the ground. You're kind of like staring at this thing's corpse with all these maggots kind of crawling on it, and all of a sudden you look up and you see this thing's mouth open and this flying skull comes out and just hits you straight in the face. And okay, cool. You're gonna take a wound as this thing like bites and chomps on your helmet.
Okay.
All right. Okay. The meatball itself is then going to, the second meatball is going to move towards, I think towards Adrian. Adrian, you laid down some hurt. So he's going to kind of like, make his way towards the opening of the doorway and down this corridor towards you. He is going to attack you, so you're going to need an armor die roll.
Okay. Oh, yay, 4. Okay.
Okay. And that's you had a D4, right?
I do, yes, and it exploded.
So
and
it'll explode.
Also, just like Doc, I got a 5 total. Oh,
Jeremy,
you're
you're
muted.
muted.
Oh, wonderful. All right, so your die should have increased on your armor, and he only got a 4. So he fails at bypassing your armor. He maybe just doesn't make it quite as far down the corridor.
Awesome.
So, okay, that's all of them. It is now back to y'all's turn.
Oh, so is this entity that's chewing on me a new entity, or is it an extension, like the attack of the other entity?
It is a new entity. It seems to be independent entirely from this meatball.
Cool. So I'm going to slide this barrel of the gun up against my visor into this thing's mouth and just to try and make this thing go away here.
All right.
So it's gonna be a 5 on the carnage die and a 4 on the weapon die.
Okay, let's see. 4 weapon die against. All right, he's got an armor of a D6. How many attacks did you have from your carnage die? 5. Okay, cool. There's 1. Okay. Okay. It had effectively 2 wounds that it could take, so that will be enough to kill it. So you can describe what it's like when you take it down.
So you see like the shot sort of tear through, and I imagine like we see these like little flames and lava sort of burst out, like you might see blood spatter come out of a normal portal thing, and they dissipate as they hit. But as that hand continues to slide up, Doc slides his other hand up. He grabs the jaws of this thing and starts to pull and just tears it. And you can see like this unknitting of this lava molten flesh as he peels the top part back and like peels it off of this bone skull as he's holding a jaw and just pulls the flesh backwards off of this head until it hangs backwards for sloughing, and he just tosses it towards the meatball.
And it kind of like hits the outside of the meatball and kind of makes like a small, like tiny little kind of explosion of just like poof, and kind of disappears in like smoke and fire. Next.
we're in the room, right?
Yes, either just outside of and still in the corridor or in the room.
And we came in from the westerly side, so there's still north and south and east.
Correct.
Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Doc wants to get as close to the north door as he can and hit on the control panel. And while he's doing so, take another shot at the bone guy.
Okay, excellent.
I am down at a D4 on my.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Let's see. All right.
Okay, so Carnage 4, Weapon 3.
All right. There's one. These guys. This is a Bone Daddy, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all you needed. So you can describe what it looks like as you take him out as you move over to this door.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, I run as fast as I can, and like I said, I'm pounding on the control panel trying to get the door open, and I picture the Bone Daddy is still looking towards Bailey, and I somehow get a nice little shot right in his little neck space, and the back of his cranium just explodes.
Yeah, same kind of, bone splintering sound as he like collapses to the ground. You kind of run up to this door on the north wall of this place and kind of hit this thing, and you realize that it is kind of like a human like control panel, the way that the rest of these doors have been operated in, but it's almost like it's almost like a cybernetic implant into flesh. Like the flesh around there's the edges of this control panel are kind of like festering and like oiled, and you're kind of pounding this thing, and as you do so, like you're popping like pustules of things that are like on either side of it, and when you do so, the door slides open to reveal another corridor on the other side. And you can see that this hallway, this corridor kind of extends northward, and then it seems to tee off in eastern and a western direction.
And okay, first, I when I realized that the control panel is very fleshy and I basically just busted a bunch of blisters, I'm shaking my head. That ain't right. And then yelling towards everyone else, let's go, let's get the fuck out of here. And I start running down the hallway.
Bailey's gonna move through the room reluctantly, in the same direction, very carefully checking the bodies of all the things. Like as I walk by, not stopping and examining, but just trying to make sure nothing's crawling after us per se.
Well, there are still
there-
two active meatballs in the room.
Oh,
I was about to say, isn't there like two more?
Oh
two
yeah,
more? We're just trying to leave. Oh, okay. Well, I'm okay with that.
Mac
too.
is.
Well, they're gonna follow us, but the door will slide behind us. What was his positioning for where we are located?
North door.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where Mac headed.
Feeling pretty lame about my pistol right now, but I may as well use it while I have it. So yeah, I'm gonna stay with the rest of the company as opposed to chasing off after Mac. I'll just try shooting one of the whatever meatballs closest again.
Sure.
Okay, so I got a 2 on the Carnage and a 5 on my weapon.
Okay. You want them at the same meatball?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, there's 1, 2. Okay. That's 2 wounds. I don't think this one was injured yet. So it is still active. But you do put some lead into it. And again, it kind of sinks into its kind of wet, woundish kind of face. But it kind of seems to take it in. Stride's probably not quite the right word, as it's not, walking on legs, but it doesn't seem to phase it as much as you might hope.
So
Okay.
I think I would wait to see, because I see, Mac goes over to the north door. Doc is just ripping demons apart with his bare hands and throwing them at each other. And then you have, basically, I think that in the thick of what's left, it'd probably be Rook, Bailey, and Adrian, who are now kind of like trying to find their footing in this battle. And I think that Adrian would have a little more confidence seeing some of these things fall so easily, and turn and just lay into one of the meatballs that's still standing, being super careful not to hit anyone else in the crossfire
Sure.
of a chain gun.
Absolutely.
Okay, killer. So my carnage was bumped up to a D6, and I still have the D10. Right? Is that right?
Yeah, as long as you haven't rolled a 1 with it, you're still at a D10.
Sweet. So then here we go. Okay. It's a 1 on both dice.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. The Carnage die, you're at a 6 currently?
Yes.
All right, so that'll go down to a D4. Wait. Actually, I don't think Carnage die... No. Carnage die does not roll down.
Oh, cool.
The weapon die, however, will drop from a D10 down to a D8.
Ah, okay. That's fine.
Okay.
It's good while it lasted.
And you got a 1 on both
Yes,
of them.
that's
Okay,
correct.
so this is going to be this dude. Okay. Well, he rolled a 1, so that's still a wound that's going to go through.
Nice.
That'll put him at a total of 3 by my count, if it's the same one.
It is the same one, purposely,
Okay.
yeah.
Sure. All right. So again, you're kind of throwing lead. You're trying to be really careful about not hitting any of your teammates. So you're kind of aiming kind of high, and you're shooting into this thing. Several of your bullets kind of either zip past or like hit into the ceiling. And where they do, there's this kind of like an agonizing scream from each of the places in the ceiling and the wall where your bullets happen to penetrate, and they leave kind of like this, again, kind of a wound that seems to have like magma behind it.
That's fantastic. And I imagine that the downgrading of the weapons die is probably like a classic, like glowing orange overheating chain gun. Just this thing is not made for shooting it like it's a 50 cal. It's like starting to, and it's like smoking. And maybe there's even, since we got it off of a cart and it seems to have been built, maybe there's even like a like an indicator of like it's gonna make me cool down.
Perfect. Okay. That still leaves Rook and Doc, I believe.
Seeing Mac bolt to the next door, Bailey gets hit, Doc gets hit, Adrian is shooting his gun and now it's overheating. She's just like, this is bullshit. And she aims for the meatball that Adrian was aiming at with his chain gun. That's what we're going to do. Oh, I'm scared. So that's a 1 on my Carnage die.
Okay. So it's just going to apply to one target. Carnage die doesn't drop,
And
so
that is a 6 on my weapon die.
which is a D6, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it'll explode. So you roll it again and add it to your total.
That is another 6, so that's 12.
Keep rolling, sister.
13.
Okay. All right. Yeah, so that absolutely bypasses his armor and is going to put a 4th wound on him. He is still alive, but
Okay.
I mean, there's like pieces of like flesh like hanging off of him. He is no longer a discernible meatball. He's like a half-eaten meatball now.
Delicious.
I hope somebody out there is eating spaghetti while they're watching this game, and sorry, not sorry.
It's grotesquely making me hungry. So
You should have something like
Savage.
that.
Okay, you win the weirdo award.
All right, that leaves you, Doc.
From meatball to mincemeat. All right. Well, let's see what we can do here. I'm actually gonna roll my attacks first and kind of see what they come out to before I describe it versus vice
Sure.
versa.
Yeah, that's fine.
So the carnage die will be a 5. The weapon die will be a 5. So 5 and a 5. Could be
Okay.
better, could be worse. So I think what we're going to see is we're going to see 2 shots at the mincemeat ball.
Okay.
Before I take the other 3 shots at the healthier meatball, which is weird, and walk towards it as I'm shooting.
Okay, perfect. All right, so the first 2. All right. So the first one will go down the same way as the first meatball did. Kind of collapses and maggots immediately kind of swarm it. The last 3. Okay, that's going to be a miss on the first. Oof, a miss on the second one. And a miss on the third one. Okay. So that meatball is still fresh. And is alive and kicking.
Spicy meatball.
It's a spicy meatball. Now he's going to eat your face. Okay, let's see. Doc, you were the last one to kind of cross this space. So I think he's going to come at you. Okay, again, he opens his mouth. And again, one of these flaming skulls comes roaring out of it. Let's see. Okay, yep, just one. Kind of flies right at you and is going to attempt the same thing that its brethren did on you before. So you'll need an armor roll.
Armor will be a 5.
Okay, misses you with a 2. So it's kind of like, but you've been here already. You know how they operate, and you're kind of like, pushing your hands up in its face, kind of trying to keep it at an arm's length away from you, and you're managing to do so as of now.
Yeah, I think as that one like flies towards me, I'm walking towards this meatball, and so Doc just like reaches his hand out, catches it, and slams that skull against the pillar, and is just sort of holding it there as it's trying to gnaw through his gauntlet.
Perfect. Absolutely. Okay. So that's all of the baddies. So it's back to y'all again.
I would very much like to know what's on the left fork.
Okay. You kind of go down that, kind of turn west and go down that direction, and it comes back on itself at a 90 degrees and ends with a door.
Is it fleshy?
It is not. The corridor off of the room that you just came off of is like this again. It's very much human-made.
I'm going to open the door. I need something besides this pistol.
All right. Well, so
This empty pistol.
that's fair. That's fair. All right. So before you open that door, I'm going to make a carnage roll. All right. So we've got what? 1, 2, still at a D4.
So let me ask you a mechanics question here, Jeremy.
Absolutely.
On your 5th kill, does your carnage die auto upgrade, or does the
Yes.
player select when it does in order to prevent a DM's carnage roll?
Okay. Prevent a carnage roll?
So here's my pitch on this.
Huh.
If it's a player saying, "Hey, I don't want the DM to be able to use it," then that means effectively it would take the player's turn to activate whatever the upgrade is. Right? So they're choosing to sort of hold it, and then like what's the mythos? What's the drama behind why this is now all of a sudden upgrading? And that's your turn, sort of the barbarian rage or whatever you would think about. Or it just auto happens. I'm good either way. I'm just curious.
Okay, that's a good thought. Absolutely. So I would say if you want to forego it increasing, then you could prevent me from making a carnage roll for the next area, for sure.
Oh, no, I just meant you wouldn't have like my upgraded die to use, not like spend it to cancel.
Oh, yeah. No, yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely.
Or
But
if
a
it
quick
just auto
go ahead.
upgrades. Go ahead, Tim. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, a quick idea for a class would be the cancellation. Like if in the same example, same use case, someone who has that ability, it's like they're able to also cancel it if they pull that move.
Or like a recon specialist. Like
Yeah.
that's their thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like,
Excellent
like
note.
like a stealth suit type of deal, right? So they're being able to see what's going on, so that intel helps alleviate. I like that a lot, Tim.
Nice.
So we could cancel a carnage roll. Excellent.
But I think for now, I think the auto upgrade's cool because you're like, yeah, upgrade. And the DM's like, yeah, I can screw you harder.
Yeah.
Okay.
So my carnage die would have auto upgraded, so now it's a D8.
All right, let me get that here. Carnage die for Steve is a D8.
And maybe that's the ability also, I don't know, I'm just thinking out loud, is that when your carnage die upgrades, the DM has to roll at your previous die.
For the recon specialist. That's really
Yeah,
interesting. I like that.
Yeah, that's a good thing to do. I also want to say that my carnage die went down to a D6 again. So
Excellent.
you only have one D8er now.
Carnage D8 is D6. Okay.
Since you're tracking it on the overlays, my armor die is a D6 current. That matters.
Thank you very much.
I have it in my notes, but
yeah. I appreciate that. You're a D6. Okay, so that should be right now.
To my character profile, my dice have not changed even the slightest this entire game as of yet.
Also a valid note, though. That's definitely something that I'll have to look at with the game design and see if there's something I can make an adjustment for. Okay, so making the carnage roll for the next room then. It looks like there are still 2 that are D4. Okay. And then we've got 2 D6s. And then a D8. Okay. Not too bad. All right. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Yep. All right. So you open this room. You see what looks like at one point it must have been the entrance into whatever facility this is. However, it's been altered and changed quite a bit. There are papers that are scattered everywhere and candles that are set up very much like an altar. And against this, I don't know what you would call it, this column, this partial column, kind of pedestal in the center of the room, there's an open book lying on it where a lot of scribbled sigils and runes have been written. It looks like in blood. But more importantly, on the face of that pedestal, there are carvings that have been made into the material that very much mimic the tablet of denial that you used to get here. Inside this space, do I have the map ready? I don't. Who's running this show? This space is not an overly large room. It's just a little bit bigger than the room that you just left, though, again, this seems to have been made by human hands. And it is also not unpopulated. Inside, you see 6 of these, what look like they were once probably soldiers of some kind, possessed by some kind of evil beings, their eyes glowing the same kind of red, fiery glare. And another creature that is much larger than those. He's rather rotund. And as the door opens, he turns his one, and again, eye? It's a good question. Kind of turns towards you and opens this disgusting maw in his face. It begins lumbering towards you. This, what happened? There we go. Begins lumbering towards you. This is where we're going to take our break. So, we're going to take a 10-minute break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse, etc., etc. This is incredible so far. I cannot wait to get to the second half of tonight. Thank you very much so far for tuning in. Thank you, the 5 of you. You're doing beautifully. I cannot wait to see what comes next. So, sit tight. We will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to my fat mug. This game has been amazing so far. I cannot wait to get to the second part of this game. So, without further ado, here's my real fat mug. Hi. We're going to roll back into this. Things are a little hairy at the moment. We still have a meatball that is left alive in the kind of molten-looking room in the middle. His Mac, in his infinite wisdom, has now run and opened the door to another room, now revealing a rather hefty boy and some friends. Hefty Boy and Some Friends. That was my band name in college. So we just opened the door. I don't remember where in the turn order we were. Who had gone? Do we know?
Mac went to break saying, "Mommy."
So we know Mac is gone.
I think I was the only player because we only had the one bad guy that was on camera at the time, and he tried to fire skull me. So I think it's just us.
Right. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So the 4 additional of you may now take your turns. You may or may not. Yes, please.
The 6 zombie soldiers. They have weapons.
They do have weapons, yes. Okay. So they are now kind of slowly turning and paying attention to where Mac has opened the door into this room with this kind of shrine, pulpit, as I was told, was the word I was looking for, 100% correct. And then the meatball that is still left in the previous room. So, what would you like to do?
Starting to feel a personal vendetta towards this meatball.
That's fair. I've been there before in an Italian restaurant. It's sad.
Stupid little gun, and I want that thing. But in the meantime, this is what I got, and I'm bloody well going to kill something with it. So I'm going to do my roll and hope.
All right.
Hope that this thing does not misfire. Hope that I can get it right in some, I don't know, does it have a vulnerable spot, or it's just like a giant squishy orb? We'll just see what happens. What happens is bad. I would like to point that out to you. So my carnage was 3, but my weapon was 1. So the 1 die I have that's higher than a 4 is now going to not be higher than a 4.
That will go from a 6 down to a 4. All right. So you got a strength of 1, essentially. And you had what on your carnage die?
3.
3. Okay. Let's see if I can get you some 1s on his die. Okay, no. There's 1. Okay. Nope. Okay, so 1. So 1 of your attacks managed to go through before it downgraded. So that takes a wound. Was he? I think he was fresh, wasn't he? I think so. Sure. So he goes. So he has a single wound. He definitely takes some of the damage that you're dishing out, but keeps on trucking.
Adrian? Dodge aside. It's all yours. I softened it up for you. Okay.
Oh, hey, thanks. So I'm trying to remember. So I went to kick off this whole round, or we've started a new one after we got back?
I think it's a new one.
Okay. Okie doke. So then
I think this should be your 3rd round with the gun.
Perfect. So then, as you soften it up for me, Bailey, I think I'm going to try to continue to just knock off these meatballs, especially now that I'm realizing that what they're doing is creating other threats. So the gun is not cooled entirely, but it's cool enough, and I have to tax it anyway. I'd rather go out firing than being careful. Here we go, baby.
Makes sense.
Okay, so we have it looks like we have a 3 on the carnage die and an 8 on the weapon die, which is tasty.
Okay, cool. So an 8 on a D8 would explode.
Oh, yay! All right. That's great. Okay, that's killer. So the gun has cooled.
Oh, nice. It went back up?
Yeah, well, wouldn't it? Yeah, wouldn't it?
So
it explodes. I see.
Yeah,
I see, I see.
yeah. So you're going to roll it again and add it.
I see. I see what you mean. Okay, so that would be an 8. It's a 14 total.
Ooh, okay. And you said you had a 5?
A 3. A
3. Okay.
Die, yeah.
Here we go. Okay, that's definitely 1. That's definitely 2. That's definitely 3. Okay. So this thing went from only having 1 wound to now having 4. It is still alive, but it is definitely kind of like in the chewed state, as it were.
Nice. Yeah,
there was a question. Oh, go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was just going to say, I imagine that the lower half is sort of separating from the upper half, just from gravity.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what I mean? Just that kind of like where things are kind of like sliding out of it. Maybe a little bit of fire, maybe a little bit of blood, whatever is in there.
Absolutely. Okay. Steve also asked a great question. Doc is a powerhouse type, so when your armor increased, it should have increased by an additional step. So instead of a D6, then you are at a D8. Okay. Cool. All right, so this meatball is on its last legs, appendages, and then we have this whole new room to deal with on the other side.
Nice.
So it looks like Mac's gone, Adrian's gone, Bailey, I think Bailey went, so I think it's Rook and Doc again.
All right. Rook, do you who you want to go? You want the fresh room or you want the chewed meatball?
I'll let you do the meatball.
All right. So seeing this lower half of this meatball sort of dropping to the ground, and I imagine we're talking about a pretty like sizable thing, right?
Yeah. Again, they're like 5 feet in diameter.
Right. So much like how Doc peeled the skull earlier, he's going to put his big boot up into the bottom half of this dangling meatball and stomp down on it while shoving that gun up and just separate this meatball.
All right.
As it were. So
yeah, let's see that.
Rook is just cheering Doc on in the background.
All right. So my weapon die exploded twice. It's gonna be a total of 14.
Ooh, okay.
7 times because my carnage
Holy
rolled a
shit.
7.
Okay. Well, he failed the first one, and he only had 1 wound remaining.
I think it's one of those
overkill.
moments like it's that fatality, the brutality, like the you did something special, like explosion, right? So Doc steps in there and he stomps down and lifts up, and as he does, you start seeing this, like the bubbling, like you see these maggots that are eating these things sort of start to pour out from its skin and before it even hits the ground. And then there's just this pop as Doc sort of explodes out of this, and these maggots and flesh go flying and are like against the wall, sending one of them a solid 40 feet down the other hallway to land in a sort of right next to Mac's feet before the maggots sort of pour out of it, eat it, and disappear.
Spectacular. All right, Rook.
Turn the windshield wipers on my helmet.
Right?
I was about to say,
you guys are covered.
she just kind of goes, ugh. And she saw where Mac went. There's nothing else in here,
absolutely.
right? That was the last thing.
That was the last thing in this one room.
Okay. So she's just going to start trotting to where Mac went. And she's going to be like, come on, ladies and gents, let's get this done.
All right, and as you round that final corner to the doorway where you see kind of Mac standing somewhat aghast, you see the same thing. There are, oh shit, how many did I say? 6? I think it was 6 of the...
I think you said it was just the one.
It's just the one. It's like a half of one.
It's just the one. And
This
it's
is
Little
the
tiny
one.
things. Little fluffy bunnies and...
Yes.
You don't want that one. So, yeah, I think there are
it was
6
though.
of the possessed, like, marine-looking types, and then this guy, which is named Glutanicus. This thing has, like, guns for hands, and, like, hoses and wires run all over its rather large body. What you want to do, Rick?
Oh.
So you
Rook
can hug him if
is...
you want.
No, thank you. Rook is gonna kind of... She's gonna be like... She's gonna look at Mac and... Why did you go ahead? She is going to... Basically, once again, kind of like with Doc earlier, she's going to use Mac as human shield. And what she's going to do is she's going to kneel down and she's actually just kind of like spread his legs and shoot between his legs. She'll do one of the possessed. She'll just go for the zombie guys. I'm not even trying for the big dude.
Fair.
Okay.
This is an awful lot of gunfire between my knees, guys.
Good. You deserve it. So that is a 6 on my carnage die.
And it is a D6, right?
Yes.
Sweet. Okay, so that'll go up to a D8.
And that is a 5 on my weapon die.
Okay. So we got a strength of 5 coming at these guys, and an 8 or 6. 6 on your carnage. Okay.
6 on my carnage. 5.
So do you want to apply these 6 attacks to multiple targets? Or
no, we're just gonna do 1.
okay. All right. Let's see here. What are these guys? Okay. Explodes to a 6. That's what was your total again? On your
I had a 6 on my carnage and a 5 on my weapon die.
Okay. All right. So the first one's going to miss. The second one, however, is going to hit him and is going to be enough to take him down.
Oh, coolsies.
Nice.
So to take this one down, she's basically, I imagine that Mac is probably losing his shit with her getting between his legs. And she's just going to kind of like put her elbows against the back of his knees. And she's just going to be like, hold still. I'm not going to hit your dick. I'm not going to hit you anywhere. Just chill the fuck out. And she's going to aim and watch as that bullet, the moment it leaves her pistol, she watches it go straight in between the eyes of this zombie soldier.
We totally got the bullet cam going.
Yep. The bullet, the cinematic view is just you see the bullet going
past the microscopic balls and straight into straight into the skull of this zombie. And there's kind of like that moment where again he kind of almost seizes up, and you watch the fiery glow of his eyes kind of fade into darkness before he collapses onto the ground. All right, I believe that's all of our Marines. So We have 5 of these zombie marines that are now going to turn towards your direction and begin firing their weapons at you. It's somewhat lazily, but they're still bullets, after all. So there are 5 of them. 3 of them are coming at character name's Mac, and 2 of them are coming at Rook. So I'll need that many rolls, armor rolls, from each of you. We'll get Max first. He was first come, first serve.
So 3.
Okay, a 3. All right,
No.
that's
I mean, you're saying 3 are coming.
yes, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I need that's a D6. Yeah.
You are currently. Ooh, I have your armor as a D4 currently.
Ooh.
I may be incorrect on that. If it's not up to date, let me know.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the first one is a 4. God, my D4 are rolling great tonight.
That's great. Yeah, it explodes. So
Does that mean I go up?
no, it just explodes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so the second one was a 3, and the third one
3. So
is a 2.
but you rolled a 4 though, so it explodes. So you rolled a 3
So
on
you
your
get to
second
keep
D4
rolling
roll.
it.
Mm-hmm. So your first roll totals out to a 7.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay.
So then the 2 would be my second roll, then, right?
Okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right, cool.
Okay. So the first one misses. The second one is a 2, so that's actually going to bypass because it is from the aggressor. And then from 3, from the third one.
I got a 3.
He also got a 3. So even though they were both barely going to pass, they do both penetrate through your armor. So that's going to be 2 additional wounds to Mac.
Ouch.
2,
Ouch.
3.
Ouch. So I'm at 3 wounds.
Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Of 5.
So these bullets, even though they're kind of half-assed aimed in your direction, several of the spray does manage to catch you. Okay. Now for the 2 at Rook.
Hooray.
Ooh, okay.
Well, that's a 4.
Ooh.
And that's another 4 with an 8. And 3 more is 11.
So mine likewise exploded, and I ended up with a 13.
Oh, it's okay. I won't.
Okay, so that's 1 wound that's going to come through. What is the second result on your armor roll?
2.
Okay, I only got a 1 on that one. So,
Yes.
okay, so 1 wound for Rook. Let's see. It's the first one. Okay. All right. So they kind of lay down a barrage of fire. A lot of it is probably even like from ricochets and things like that, as they're kind of just firing haphazardly in your direction. Let's see. Glatanicus, on the other hand. Ooh. Okay. He is going to aim at Rook. He kind of raises these like gun arms, and you can see the green energy kind of inside the weapon, as well as the green like coloration of his eye. All 3 kind of illuminate at the same time as this green like pulsing sphere of energy fires out of the end of one of these guns and rockets its way towards you. So I need you to make another armor roll.
Oh no. That is the 3.
Okay, so he got a 9 on his D10.
Yeah.
Okay. However, Glatanicus's special is if a character is damaged by this enemy's attack, their armor die is automatically downgraded by 2 steps. So this green blob slams into your armor, and you hear this kind of sizzling noise as the surface of it begins to pit and melt away. All right. Let's see. Armor. What are you currently at armor-wise?
I have a D4.
A D4.
Oh, no.
Okay. So
My armor, I
So-
have nothing.
yeah, so you like have to like rapidly like pull the clips like on the shoulders and stuff and like let it drop, and even still some of it is going to get on your skin, and because you don't have a second die to drop, that results in another wound. You're at 2 now. Ooh, okay, things are getting spicy, but that's all of the baddies. It is now y'all's turn again.
It's that dead zombie dropped the weapon, right?
It did.
I see the shots that Mac took. Probably one took him like upper chest somewhere, and the second one I see like hit him in the leg. So I want to crawl over to dead zombie and grab that. What is it? Is it a rifle? Is it a shotgun?
So we're gonna go just absolute bonkers here. Roll me a d20.
All right. Choose your dice wisely, sir. Go with green. That's an 8.
An 8?
Mm-hmm.
It's a pistol.
So I have 2 pistols.
You can only carry one weapon at a time. But if yours is downgraded, yours is downgraded to a D4, and the pistol starts as a D6. So it is an upgrade still.
Okay. So from that point, I would like to take a shot at one of the other zombos.
Absolutely. Yep. Now with a D6.
Now with D6. New and improved.
With Kung Fu grip.
I'll leave that one alone. 4 on my carnage and 3 on my weapon.
All right. 4 on the carnage, 3 on the weapon. You're shooting another zombie, you said, right?
Does that mean I can shoot 4 of them?
Yes.
Cool. That's what I'd like to do. Just
Perfect.
like Tom Hanks in Saving Private Ryan on the bridge, just laying there popping shots.
Sure. Okay. Just laying down
Yes.
some love. All right. What was the strength of your weapon die again?
3.
3. Okay. We got 4 shots at 3. Okay, that's 1 3. So the aggressor the tie will go to you. That's a 1. That's 2 that go through, and another 1. You kill. You had 4, right?
Mhm.
Oh shit! You kill all 4 of them. Redemption
I
song.
I am redeemed. I am redeemed. Oh,
That's fantastic.
Okay, man, that's 5 out of the 6. So there's only 1 of the possessed Marines left, and then Glitanicus.
And I have 7 kills now.
Okay, so your Carnage die is going to upgrade once. Carnage, you have a D4 to a D6. Cool. Rock
Awesome.
and roll. Good round.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna die, but I got some of them.
Okay, who's next?
Are we so? Can we hear this, see this, or is this all just like in that left door?
Yeah, you can definitely hear something going down over there. You hear all the gunshots and the screaming and the bizarre kind of gurgling noises that some of these monsters are making. And I imagine, again, like you guys have some kind of HUD. And you can kind of see some of the stuff going down in the corner.
Okay. So I would definitely rush over there and just assess the room. Is there, from the doorway, is there a clear shot to Glitanicus?
Absolutely.
Okay. So then I would try to stay out of the room, seeing
Fair.
it quickly, right? And just kind of fire in. And so
Okay.
I'm going to shoot all of these rounds at Glitanicus only.
All right. Titanicus's armor.
Oh, heck yeah. Frickin' okay, baby. Now we're in business. 6 on the carnage die, 8 on the weapon die.
Okay.
So the 8, does that 8 explode?
The 8 does explode. Yeah, and then your carnage die being a d6 and rolling a 6 means that it will increase d6 to a d8.
All right. So
All right.
d8, I'll move that over. And then I'm going to explode my die here. Come on, 8 again, please. 5, I'll take it. So that's a 13 total on the weapon die. And that's a 6
Excellent.
on the carnage die.
Okay, so there's 6, and you're putting them all in Fat Boy.
Yep.
All right. 13. Okay. That's 1. It's 2. It's 3. 4. 5. Shit, and 6. It's 6 hits on him. And that's it. That's how many wounds he could take. So you can describe to me, Adrian, how you take this guy down.
Okay. So, stepping into the room and just letting instinct take over, I systematically am working up and down and chipping away at all of the fleshy parts between this rippled dark steel techno armor of hell. And so it's like, and you just see these ribbons of flesh just splattering from in between these shelled parts of armor. And then I end cutting up the center of the face with the final bullets landing dead in the center of that green eye, just that. And then and the eye is like a poached egg. And when the bullet hits it, it doesn't explode. It just kind of, like someone pricked it with a pin, and then it just kind of yolks out all over the face as this thing topples for what feels like 10 seconds before finally and just shakes the whole room.
Absolutely. He kind of like teeters on those cankles for a bit before he like falls backwards. And then just like his eye, his entire form kind of melts like an egg on a hot sidewalk, just kind of liquefying into like this green acidic pool.
Just to make it that extra bit worse, like you say about the cankle, is that he like rolls one of his cankles as he falls over. Just kind of all that weight
shifting onto the
Why did that bug me the most? Right? I was fine with it.
Mac,
too
Mac
real,
too
man.
far
Too
now.
real.
Right.
Mac chuckles to himself. Eggs Benedict.
And I think Adrian goes, "Who's been a dick? Who's
perfect?
Did the whole thing melt, or is there any of his metallic parts left?"
Not a lot.
To ask that same question.
Yeah, not a lot. You're looking for an armor upgrade? Somebody might have to spend a carnage die. But there is still 1 zombie remaining, by my count.
Where are we in turn order now? I've totally lost track of. Yeah, there's 1 zombie left, but I don't remember who gets to go.
Mac is gone. Adrian has gone. I think that's it for the round. I think it's still Bailey, Rook, and Doc with the turn.
I want this zombie. I'm gonna try with my 2d4s.
25% chance of exploding though. It's
I got a 4 on my carnage.
Hell yeah! All right.
And a 3 on my weapon. So.
Okay. So 3. Ooh. Okay. The first one's gonna miss. The second one is gonna get him though. So yeah, you can describe how you come in and clean up.
I just walk right at him, and when I get close enough, I'm shooting straight chest. And then I can see that he's kind of bought it, so I just finish it with a kick.
Absolutely. Yeah, kind of like at the top of the little stairs that kind of like lead down, and you just kind of like Robert Rodriguez is, 20, 30 feet away. Kind of hits the ground and kind of splayed eagle backwards. The room is clear. The molten room that you had come from to get here is also cleared, so you are free to move about the cabin.
Yeah, Rook wants I want to spend a carnage die and look for some armor, please.
Mac is going to roll onto his back and just kind of plant his elbows into the ground and just try to control breathe as I'm bleeding pretty good over here.
Yeah, you're in a gnarly way, dude. Okay, Rook, what was your carnage die again? You were a D8, right?
Yes, I was a D8.
Okay, you were at 2 wounds. Okay, so you get to roll your D8 3 times.
Okay. First one's a 3.
Okay.
Second one's a 2.
Okay.
And the third one is another 2.
Okay. So you find a bunch of health packs, and you can describe to me like how you find like what the secret compartment or room or whatever is, what the trigger is to open it. But inside is 1 medium health pack and 2 small health packs. The medium health pack will heal 2 wounds. Each of the small health packs will heal 1 wound each.
Okay. She's searching around and she finds this small like cabinet, and it takes her a minute to realize that with the way that she's shaking from her own wounds, she's just like, nope, this isn't gonna work. So she just takes the butt of her gun and kind of bashes it hard enough to make it kind of concave on itself, and she pulls it open and she gets these health packs, and she's looking them over and she takes the medium health pack and she goes to Mac and she offers that to him. And then she takes the 2 small health packs. She keeps one for herself and she gives the other one to Doc. And then she's going to be doing the health pack thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Mac as well. It's like morphine shots, wrapping, stopping bleeding, whole 9 yards. How does this work with the health packs?
So the medium one was given to Mac,
to
right?
Mac, so he would have 2 wounds removed.
Gotcha.
So you drop from having 3 down to 1.
And the small ones only remove 1 wound.
Correct. And you're giving those to
myself and Doc.
And Doc. Okay. Cool. Let's see. So Doc is good to go. He's back at 100%. And Rook is down to 1 wound. And then Mac is also down to 1 wound. All right. So you've had a little bit of a reprieve, enough time to patch yourself up. Please go ahead, Petra.
I was just going to ask if there's any other weapons. Bailey's just trying to find something better than this pistol on any of these bodies.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yep. There are 5 other Marines in the room. So you can roll a d20. And we'll see what they might have for you.
17.
17.
Can each of us do that?
Yeah. Up to as many as there is, Marines. That's perfectly fine with me. Where's the die thing?
I got a 20.
Nice.
Ooh, okay. All right. So we've got a 17. We've got a 20.
I got a 13.
13.
I also rolled a 20, and this is the first time I've used this set of
20.
dice tonight.
Whoa. Okay. So a 13, a 17, and 2 20s. Is that it? Okay. All right. The 13 is a shotgun, which will start as a D8. The 17 is another chain gun, which will again start at a D10. The 20s, and there are 2 of these, somehow, they are BDGs 10-10-93s. These
Jeremy,
are enormous guns.
You're the best
My gosh.
person alive.
Oh my gosh, Adrian and Rook are just.
BDG.
BDG 101093.
No, what?
That's a date
Rook?
if somebody wants to look it up.
I totally know the date. This is the best game that I've ever played in.
They both
Rook-
grab these guns and they do the predator arm lock.
Yes. Yes.
Rook will actually give that huge. Oh my god. She is going to give this because she is so tiny. She is going to give this to Doc because I don't imagine her being able to carry this and being able to shoot it without being pushed back in any way.
I'm just imagining us search the bodies on this. I'm like, I wonder what this guy has. I'm gonna check his pockets.
Yeah.
Oh look, it's a
Giant.
gun.
Absolutely.
Is that a
Doc
gun in your
just, like,
pocket?
Pushes
Okay.
it back at you.
Ooh, okay.
You expect me to do with this?
I'll
Expect you to
take
kill
it.
more of them.
you know trade.
I'm tiny. She like.
And
So-
punch him with it.
I really want to see you fire it just to fly backwards.
So, who's getting the shotgun?
Oh, I'm keeping the shotty.
Mac. Okay. So, Mac, you got. Let's see here. You got a shotgun at a D8.
For the spread.
Yep.
Got a good spread.
All right. Who's got the chain gun? The other chain gun.
I'll take the chain gun. I'll keep that.
Okay, Bailey. All right. Let's see here. Upgrade from the pistol. Finally, get that out of your hand. That's going to be from a D4 to a D10. That's a significant jump. Good.
Yep.
All right, and then the 2 BDGs.
I would definitely
Sounds
like one. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah.
I was gonna say, in the game, does it work where I could give my current chain gun to another player?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay, so who would
Yeah.
want the chain gun that I've been using?
Doc will take your chain gun if you're gonna take the BDG,
Okay.
so you and Rook can have those.
That's perfect. And so,
All right.
quick mechanics question: does his start at the normal die or at my current one?
At your current one.
Okay, so I'm currently at a D8 for
D8.
the chain gun. Yes.
No
Okay.
problem.
Good deal. All right. Let's see. So the other one goes to Rook. From a pistol to a BDG. All right. And weapon die. Okay, so the BDGs, they are a weapon die of a D20.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah, they are significant ass kickers. Okay, and then we need to sort. Last but certainly not least, we gotta sort out Doc's. Now got a D8 and a chain gun. Okay. Wow. All right.
Quick question about the BDG.
Yes.
And if there's not an answer to this, then that's okay. Is there like a minimum number? Like anything from 1 to 10 is a 10? Or is it meant to be swingy? Where like I could roll a 1 or a 4 or a...
Yeah, it's meant to be swingy.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
There is one more body left. Could Rook look at that to try and like see if there's armor or anything?
Yeah, good question. Okay. What is your current? Okay, so
I have 0.
if anybody else wants to, let's see. Okay, so here's what I'll let you do. Okay, so I'll say that between the 6 Marines and whatever is left of the puddle, that you can basically piece together enough armor to roll yours back up to a D4.
Coolsies.
Okay. Little something.
I will certainly take that.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of hodgepodged and like strapped together with tape and spit and prayers, but
And prayers.
That's totally fine.
but it's working for now. All right. So you are in this room. Like I said, it looks like this room at one time was kind of like the entrance room into this facility. The front door is like melted into place. Like whatever happened here, somebody or something sealed off this door. So the only way out of here is the two doors that kind of lead back into that Y-shaped hallway that lead back to that molten room.
Mac is like kind of limped over to the pulpit with it's got a book, right?
It does.
And I'm like flipping through the pages and I look up. Indians, you read gibberish?
What type of gibberish are we talking about here, Jeremy?
So this is probably not something that any of you have any expertise in, at least. It may not be the first that you've come across, but this is the kind of writing that you would expect to find in a book like this. It doesn't make any sense. It's symbols and runes and stuff, but it's all drawn in blood.
So I think there's this really like odd moment. Doc walks up there and he's looking at it. And then he reaches inside like one of his utility pouches, and he pulls out like this 6-inch by 4-inch, like 4-inch thick, dusty tome of a Bible. And he opens it up to Revelation. And there's this black and white picture of this beautiful woman. And what maybe presumably is Doc, right? Sitting out in front of this church. And you see Doc, he's got this like almost like the Catholic collar on. And scrawled through this, there are words in the passages that have been lined out. And in the margins of the page, in this very feminine handwriting, written in red ink, blood, who can know, are some of these same characters. Not enough to piece anything together, but so it becomes like very obvious, like that maybe Doc's wife had scrawled this into this book. And so
That's
awesome.
awesome.
I think there's like this raging moment where he grabs this, he shoves his Bible back in his pouch, and then he grabs this this tome off this whatever it's called, pulpit, and he just tears through the binding of this book and throws it as these pages come like raining down.
In the moment that Doc has like pulled this book up and is tearing it, throwing it, all of you hear this kind of hollow thunk noise, and there's this, and behind you the altar has slid open, and there is a key card that is covered with a bloody handprint sitting in the alcove on the other side.
Uncle, just go for it.
I was about to say, we were both like, who's gonna go first?
Bailey's just gonna walk over and like, well, guess there's only one way to find out.
Okay. You pick up this blood-covered key card, and you can see it has, the picture of somebody who must have been a scientist, at this facility. And it's kind of still got a partial, bit of the clip still left on it. And it looks like this person probably has some pretty high clearance.
Nice. I'll just Might come in handy. So there's 2 doors out of here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, both of them kind of lead back into that kind of yolk Y-shaped hallway, and eventually will lead you back into that kind of central molten room that had so many doors.
How you doing, Doc? We had a good cathartic moment there. You want to pick?
Well, we all know I picked poorly. So
Which one would you pick, Mac?
That's why I didn't ask you, Mac. Hey, but we got here.
shit.
That one.
Perfect.
The right one's fine.
So, heading to the west, which is great because we are getting towards time here. So, great choice. Was going to be my recommendation. You open the western door with the key card because it was locked, but you have to use this key card, and it does, in fact, grant you access. You manage to make your way into another 40-foot or so corridor that ends in yet another door. As this door opens and then closes behind you as you pass into this corridor. In this corridor, you can hear strange noises different from the noises you've heard elsewhere in here. Now you hear what sounds like low, unified chanting.
Take it as not in the style of Enya.
It's pretty close. Maybe Enya backwards.
My brain started playing the plagues from the Prince of Egypt.
Much closer.
So, I suggest we go figure out what the noise is. Maybe see what kind of party they're throwing.
Mac's gonna shoulder the shotty as we're walking forward.
Maybe crash it.
I like that idea. Let's go.
All right. So it sounds like somebody might be opening this door. No?
The key card door, we already went through that, right? Or
Mhm.
we already opened
Yep.
that? Okay. And there's another door
There is.
past that you said? Okay. You guys all ready?
Yeah, and I think at this point, I think Adrian would say something like, well, reckon it's my turn. And then go over and do his best to open this door.
Okay. So before you open this door, I am going to make a carnage roll. All right. So I have a d6 from Mac, another d6 from Rook, a d4 from Bailey.
Nope,
And
I'm
then-
at a D6 now because I went up.
D6. Okay. Let me get that on
yep.
your... Okay. All right, so 3 at a d6, 2 at a d8. All right. Whew. All right. Ooh. All right. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. This door opens into another sizable chamber. On your map, this room is represented in a room that is every bit as big as the room that you began this journey in. This room is circular in nature. It has a strange kind of extension off the western side, and is dominated by a large platform in the center of the room that has a pentacle that has been carved into the floor. Columns adorn the room, and at the far end, there is a modified version of a crucifix with some form of half a being that is like strapped into this thing. Station parts, the parts of this building, have been grafted onto and repurposed onto this behemoth monster. It is constructed of blood and wires and flesh and steel, and you can see blood that is kind of gathering in a pool and is actually flowing towards this creature as it is slowly being reconstructed. There is 20 of these possessed individuals that are in this room. 2 of them are currently strung up and are being bled dry, feeding the reconstruction of this creature. And in the center of the room is another creature standing amid the kind of chanting, praying throng. This creature has an enormous suit of armor, huge horns that extend upwards from its skull, a rather large shotgun in one hand, and a strange, bizarre-looking axe in his other. You're not certain. The axe head itself seems to glow with a red light, but you think you see the same runic writing kind of glowing from within the head of the axe. As you enter the room, this being turns to look in your direction, and he says,
"Do not stop. Continue your prayers. I, Mephistopheles, will deal with these interlopers."
all right.
I look to everybody and I ask, Leroy Jenkins? Leroy Jenkins.
Leroy Jenkins ain't a bad idea.
And with that, I want to run in Leroy Jenkins.
Sounds like a plan.
I want to, I'm going to, my shotty's probably not going to do anything. Big Bad Death Knight, Mephistopheles right there. So I am going to, I want to aim my shotgun at the possessed prayer.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you're going to roll again your carnage die and your weapon die. We'll see what we get.
Carnage is a 2 and weapon is a 3.
All right. So we got this going to 2 different ones.
Yes.
All right. That's 1 down. Ooh, okay. So out of those 2, you managed to take one of them down.
Okay. I want to keep moving while I'm doing this.
Sure, absolutely. And again, they're not quite paying attention to you yet. They were instructed to continue, so they're continuing this chant. So it's, somewhat easy pickings. So you kind of run through and blast one of them. The other one just happens to, bow down at the wrong moment or something, and you kind of glance the back of him with your shotgun. So you kind of break it open and kind of, load 2 more shells and kind of, get ready for the next one as you're kind of running forward. Again, make sure you're tracking your kills.
Yes.
I want this all to happen simultaneously. I want us all to be laying down our attacks.
Oh, yeah.
Because we've got all these guns, and I'm just picturing him running in with like the Chariots of Fire soundtrack kind of going as he's shooting things. And then our bullet like streams are just pouring off the side. Things are kind of falling sideways. And
Is there?
Yeah.
There has to be a heavy metal version of the Chariots of Fire out there somewhere.
Oh my god,
Sure
I'm gonna
there
look
is.
that up
There
right
has
now.
to be.
I have a quest
Do
for
it.
tomorrow.
I bet Manowar did it.
There's gotta be one out there.
They might have.
Nice.
Perfect. Okay, so who's next in this orchestrated attack?
I got a gun. I want to try it so bad.
Do it
if none
up.
of you mind, I'm just gonna mow down as many of these chanting people. Because
Excellent.
yeah, the big guy is scary, but whatever these chanting people are doing is about to get a lot scarier. So I think they're my target.
Perfect. Okay. Let's see what it got. Oh no. Oh no, Petra.
I only had one turn. One turn. Okay, so I got a 1 on my weapon and a 5
Oh,
on my carnage.
Okay. So the die is going to go from a D10 down to a D8.
Yes.
Strength of 1 applied to 5. Okay.
Yes.
There's 1. 2, 3. There's 4. That's 2. And 5. Okay, so you still got 2 of them.
Nice.
So that means there were 20. There are now 3 dead, so that's 17 remaining. All right, and then again, make sure you track your 2 kills.
I did. I'm still not up to 5. Almost.
Fair,
So
fair enough.
close.
Okay, who's next?
I had a quick question.
Absolutely.
With my class, I picked the tactician, and it says roll twice whenever you find a new weapon and choose which result to keep. Does that mean when I roll my weapon die with this new weapon, do I continuously roll the 2 dice, or do I just do it the one time right after I find it?
When you were finding it, like when you go to roll the d20 to determine what weapon it is, you would get to roll that 20 twice and then choose which one that you would prefer. But you got a 20, so
yeah,
it's pretty sweet.
Okay, that was what I wanted to make sure of.
Absolutely.
Again, with the simultaneous, we're all going in at the same time. Rook is just she'll probably go opposite of Mac and just start using her sweet, sweet baby now that she So
Excellent.
Carnage die.
So there's that kind of like crackling energy as you're like charging up that massive like buildup of green energy.
Yes.
Let it fly.
So that's a 6 on my Carnage die.
Okay, so that's going to go up.
And then let's see what this 20 does. That is a 13.
Okay, so you got 13 damage coming out 6 times. You were aiming at the members of the congregation?
Cultists. The cultist chanty boys.
Chanty boys. All right. 6 times to the chanty boys. Let's see.
Chanty Boys.
There's
New band
1,
name. Called it.
2.
We're playing
third
with
one.
Jeremy's band from college. I can't remember what it was called.
I don't remember. Fat guy and his friends or something.
That guy something.
Was a ship that put to sea.
All right. 5. Yeah, I mean, no surprise. You clean house with 6 of them. So like this, this green orb just goes and like flies out from the BDG and lands into like a grouping of them, and you just hear this. It's like 6 of them just liquefy.
Yes. You hear her maniacally laughing as she moves. She's just like, yes.
Perfect. So that goes from 17 down to 11. Okay. Who's next? I think it's Doc and Adrian, right?
I think so.
Yep. I don't know. What do you think, Doc?
I think Adrian would go first. I think in this doorway is this like seething
That's perfect.
Doc.
There's part of me too that wants you. I don't think that we're going to kill this thing in the next turn, but there's a part of me that after the book and everything, I'm like, there's a story kind of weaving through here. So I want that cinematic moment. So I am at a D8 Carnage die, Jeremy, and I am at my D20 for my BDG.
Yep.
And so I'm going to do the classic Doom 2, where, you know, you got the icon of sin, and you have your BFG because you put in the cheat code, and jump to that level just to play it. And I'm just going to...
IDKFA.
Yes. Right? And it's like, it's the die, you know, it says that. And I'm like... And I just start loading it. So that's what I'm gonna do.
All right.
I dropped my D20 after all that.
Oh no.
Okay, it's gone. I'm gonna use another one.
Lost forever.
It's in the darkness of my office.
You'll find it with your bare feet later.
It's true. Okay. 1 on the Carnage die, but a 16 on the weapon die.
Okay. All right. So, and this was aimed at
the icon of sin, Mephistopheles.
You got it. Okay. Let's see. What was the total again on your D20?
16.
16. Let's see. What does this big boy have? Okay, he's got a D10. All right. Ooh, he rolled a 1. Okay. So that's going to be his first wound, because you only had 1, right?
Nice.
On your Carnage die? Yeah, okay, so he's got 1 wound on him. He's definitely still in this fight. So yeah, you kind of... Go ahead, please.
No, you, because mine was going to be reactionary.
Yeah, I was just saying, you charge it up, you kind of fire, and as you do so, all of a sudden, you see the arm, one of the arms of that creature that's being reconstructed, like, yank against the massive chains that are kind of like holding it up against here, and you kind of like, you kind of jerk this BDG to the side, and it kind of, and it basically kind of like clips one of his horns, and you can see like his horn tip is gone. It's just like melted off, and he kind of like looks up at it and then looks at you with these like pinpricks of red eyes, and yeah, he seems like he's a little miffed at you.
I love it. Oh man, I love it. Probably a bit surprised that that's what happened. When 5 humans come walking in the door and now the horn just gone.
Yeah. Doc, you're up.
So I out of the shadow of this doorway into this sort of like crimson room, it stinks of flesh and blood. You just hear this of that minigun winding up, and Doc is just going to stride towards Mephistopheles as he's just holding this trigger down. All right, so Carnage die is an 8, and weapon die is an 8. Carnage die is going to be 7. 15 for the weapon total.
All right, 15 from the weapon. What was your Carnage die again?
7.
7. Okay, so 7. All 7 are going at Mephistopheles?
Yeah.
All right. Ooh, okay, we've got an explosion. Ooh, a 19. Okay, so he's good on the first one. Okay, failed on the second. That's 1 more wound. Failed on the third. That's 2 more wounds. And the fourth, that's 3 more wounds. The fifth, that's 4 more wounds. The sixth, that's 5 more wounds. More wounds, rather. And the seventh, that's 6 more wounds onto the one he already had. He's still up and kicking, but he is looking terrible. Absolutely terrible. He's got bullet holes riddled all through him. There is not blood that is leaking out of this individual. You see more like what looks like gas or smoke kind of escaping from these bullet holes. But those of you who are closer, those of you who are down kind of near this platform that has the pentacle on it, you can see that there are souls that are rising up out of these bullet wounds.
So with that being said, and it does kind of screw us a little bit, but cinematically, what do you think if like
he waves off 4 of those wounds, and 4 of the cultists just explode. Right, like he just pulls, and they just as he like sort of pushes that damage. So I think that's very fitting, right? He's the big guy.
I'm with it for sure.
Yeah, he just sort of pushes it over there.
So just great. Oh, it's so
absolutely. Great. All right, so he was at 7.
Yeah,
he had 7.
I think yeah, like some of those get pushed off.
So I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna roll a d4 and see what he did. Yep, 4. Okay. Nice. So he manages to kind of seal up some of those souls that are trying to escape from him. And you see some of them kind of like are rising up, and they literally get like pulled back in, and they're like screaming and howling and like clawing at the air, trying to climb away from him as they're pulled back into these holes that then knit up back behind him. And as he does that, 4 of the cultists, like you said, they just kind of explode into these like viscera. Okay, so that pulls the cultists down to 7 as well. Okay, cool. Thank you. All right, but I think that's everybody's turn. So the chanters are going to continue to chant. This creature that is strung up against this crucifix again shakes and rattles its chains, testing the strength of the metal against its half-formed body. You can see these tubes and vertebrae that kind of extended downwards out of its half-formed rib cage. And its head kind of starts to loll around lazily, as if kind of being awoken from a slumber. And there's a deep guttural the demon Mephistopheles from the center of the platform stops his fixation on Adrian for just a moment and turns back towards this creature that is stirring. And he says,
"It is I, my lord, Mephistopheles. We will remake you. You will be stronger. You will be better than ever before. I bring you fresh sacrifice."
Mephistopheles then turns his attention back towards you, Adrian, and begins closing the distance between you. As he gets closer to you, he brings this massive glowing red axe up with one hand and swings it down towards you and Doc.
Oh, cleave.
Every attack he has counts against 2 characters. So I need both of you, please, to roll armor rolls.
Very nice.
Rightio. I'm still sitting at a hot 4.
Ooh,
D4.
okay.
So let me roll it though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Okay. 2.
Okay.
7.
All right. So I'm going to get Adrian's done first. He has a D12 on his weapon die. So the 5 is definitely going to bypass the 2. A 10 is definitely going to bypass the 7.
All right. Trade numbers there.
So he brings this consecrated axe kind of up high. The vertebrae that kind of form the haft of this axe kind of snapping and cracking, and he brings it down, and as he does so, the runes kind of glow across its head, and he slashes straight through Adrian and Doc. This blade passes through you, and it doesn't cut you open the way an axe like this might if it was made of metal. This feels like it tries to separate a part of your spirit from your body. Both of you will be taking a wound.
Ouch. Okay.
All right, that is Adrian's first. Let's see. Wound.
And the rest of us see
Doc
kind of
is
like
back to 1.
a bit of their spirit like getting ripped out with the
I definitely think
100%.
you see like this like bluish like
yeah.
I was
phantasm
about to
slide
say
out
we
of-
see this kind of cloud like.
Yeah, it's almost like that thing that Doctor Strange always does, you know, where like you can see it kind of like a secondary form, almost like pulling away.
Accompanied by this like torturous howl.
There's always a howl, right? And it feels cold.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yep.
like
Souls are very mournful. They wail a lot.
It's
Yes,
true.
they do.
my
Well,
soul's
it's so
always
cold
yelling in there.
outside the body.
I mean,
You're very
It's warm and
susceptible to
cuddly in the
torment.
body.
It's so cold outside the body.
We need little soul blankets. Okay.
Knitted soul covers.
It's like a yarn human.
It's an Etsy store item. Okay. So, not Doom themed soul covers.
but they're only available from like jazz cafes in Chicago and like Louisiana.
And Cracker Barrel.
Right.
always Cracker Barrel.
Of course, Cracker Barrel.
Oh yes, Cracker Barrel.
In Alabama, they're actually just a soul koozie.
Perfection.
Oh god.
Okay. So,
cool.
Mephistopheles has gone. The chanters have gone. Okay. This being that is stirring on this crucifix kind of rounds his face kind of down towards where all of you are, and you see his eyes open again, this kind of glowing magma like vision. And as he does so, he begins to speak in a very strange tongue, something that none of you understand, but all of you understand to be bad news. I need all of you to roll an armor check, please.
I got a 4.
I got a 3.
I got a 2.
4.
I got a 12.
Nice.
Okay. So
Guy's
I only
wearing
got
a
a
suit of armor,
7.
like a real one.
Right.
Ripped from the corpse of a fucking blubberous demon.
Not these little pieces of skin we've tried to like crazy glue onto our
Well,
body
like-
to
like-
protect ourselves.
Adrian was like, I'm all cool with my cowboy hat. And I'm like, yeah, I got a helmet.
Oh, boy.
Okay, so I rolled a 7, which means that Doc is the only one that escapes this wound. The other 4 of you all take this kind of, again, this soul-sucking, like you feel damned. Okay.
Harsh, bro.
Shouldn't have taken the last slice of pizza, Tim.
You damn sinner.
Oh, not Steve.
Enjoy that pizza while you can. Life is short. It seems.
It's all that dancing. You shouldn't dance.
We're having a blast in hell.
Great.
I've always
here.
said that if it exists, I'm the one driving the bus. All right. Okay, so I think that's right as far as the wounds go now. Everybody's hurt just a little bit. But the baddies are now done, so it is your turn.
I want to continue to run and blast the chanters. I want to take
Sure.
out the last of them if I absolutely can.
Absolutely. We've got 7 remaining.
Cool. Can't get all of them, but I can I can get 4 of them. I got 4 on my carnage and
Excellent.
5 on my weapon.
Okay. All right. That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. Ooh. That's 5 on his, but you got a 5 on your weapon, so the tie goes to you. So that's 4. So out of the 7, you just downed 4 more. So that leaves only 3 chanters left.
Hell yeah.
Rock on. All right. So Mac is just kind of running across this platform. You're probably on the Pentacle platform now. Just kind of like laying into these guys. Well, they're not even really guys anymore. They're just these zombie chanters, just laying waste to as many of them as you can pass. You get kind of closer to the other side of that platform, and you can see this individual that's chained up, and it towers over you. It's probably 50, 60 feet high.
Does it have balls?
It does not. It stops about the rib cage, and it has cables and vertebrae that hang out of it. But you might be able to give it a pair.
Damn. No, not me. Not Mac.
They're not to scale.
They are trying to rebuild this thing. I would hate to be on that crew, that ship.
You're on demon ball duty. Sorry, man. You drew the short straw.
That's what I get for being on vacation.
Specialized in scrot sewing.
Well, we can just keep going in the same order then. That seems easy, because killing off as many of the chanters was also my goal. And I've got this slightly jammed, but still functional. Chain gun going on.
Chain gun, all right.
Yes. So I got 2 on my carnage, but an 8 on my gun. Which is gonna
so
make
it'll
it explode.
Yeah.
Heck
You said you got a 2 on your carnage?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And then I got another 3, so we're at 11 for.
Okay. Surely this is what these guys are. Yep, absolutely. You take down 2 more. That means there's 1 chanter remaining. So, yeah. Bailey is kind of right on Mac's heels, kind of like cleaning up the ones that he's missing, with his shotgun. You maybe even the other side of the platform or what have you. There's just one of these fuckers that remains. And then, of course, Mephistopheles.
I'm gonna roll first, and I currently have 8 carnage, so I'm gonna upgrade my carnage die from a D8 to a D10.
Okay, because you have 5 kills.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Okay, let's see, carnage.
I did the
D8
same.
to D10. All right.
So I'm gonna roll that.
Monster. Watch out.
Got a 9
On your carnage?
on my carnage die. So I'm gonna first go for the last chanty boy, and then what she'll do is she'll turn after she hits that one, and whatever is left, she wants to do at Mephistopheles.
Okay.
Okay.
What'd you get on your D20 then?
I'm rolling it right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
That is a nat 20.
Holy shit, it explodes.
I got another 20. That's 40.
Holy shit. Okay.
That is a 9. So 49.
Good Christ. Okay. And what did you get on your carnage again? A 9?
9.
So 9 times. Okay. What is his armor? I don't know that there's any chance in hell that he could. He's 10. Yeah, I mean, I'll try rolling, but we'll see. 7
See
times.
what you did there.
I see what you did there.
All right, that's 2. That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
These were all successes.
Yeah, those were all successes.
Oh, no, I meant he beat your 49 9 times.
Oh, yeah, D10 9 times. Whew, wow, I'm going to Vegas.
Fuck yeah!
It was amazing.
Oh, it's great.
So yeah, you just dealt 9 wounds to the Chanty boy. Gone, just absolutely obliterated, atomized, and 8 of those are going to go on to Mephistopheles. Was he wounded already?
Yeah, he had 3.
Ooh, okay. Rook, how do you kill him?
Yeah.
Holy shit. She watches the Chanty boy disintegrate completely, and it's almost like with a dancer's grace, she turns on her toes and she aims at the back of this Mephistopheles, and she literally starts basically from like the edge of where his ass meets his thighs, and she just goes up, and she goes up his spine to the back of his skull until she can see that it just completely obliterates the back of his skull, and it sends souls and probably like bone chips in places, and it just kind of and she's just gonna be like
Yeah, the
Please,
front-
hellish shockwave.
Yeah, the front half of him like falls down like limp, and like all of these souls like escape kind of up into the air, dissipating. With all of the chanters and Mephistopheles dealt with, the being that has been stirring and jerking against these chains grows slow and sluggish, and eventually inert, stops moving, and its chin drops down onto its chest, no longer moving. That is going to be the end of the game. So, congratulations, you cleared out this hellish facility of all of its demons. You stopped the resummoning a very, very bad dude. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. So I'm going to pass things back over to my players so that they can give any parting words that they'd like. Again, plug anything that you that might have going on, tell you where you might be able to find them on the internet. Anybody who mentions a channel, you should be able to find that channel in the description of the video down below. Please do take the time to go check them out. They're all fantastic creators or players or just people in general. So do take the time to go show them a little bit of love. In the meantime, if you watched this and you have suggestions about the system, anything about it, please leave it in the comments below of this video, and I will do my best to try to work in the recommendations into the final product, which hopefully will be sometime later this year. Hopefully will be available. Yeah, I'm going to pass things over. We're going to go in reverse order, and we're going to start with Jason.
Hey everybody, now that was way more fun than it had any right to be. No, Jeremy, that was super, super cool. As far as like play testing side of things go, maybe if we could, you got a couple of classes on the sheet. Maybe if classes had like a specific weapon each of them started out with, that might be something that wouldn't make the beginning feel so hopeless.
Sure, absolutely. Good note.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The hopelessness fit the theme really fucking great, but I was convinced.
No, it's a great note.
We weren't going to get anything but a pistol, and that was
absolutely heard.
But dude, this is a ton of fun. I like the dice mechanic. The 3 different attribute dice rolls, all of them were great. They felt awesome when you exploded. They felt awesome when you failed. And it was just a ton of fun. And playing with everybody here at the table made that much better. Thanks all of you. This has been really, really great. Thanks, Jeremy. Thanks for having me on. Thanks, everybody.
Absolutely, brother. It was my pleasure, and thank you very much for giving the feedback. And again, if the 5 of you have feedback in the coming days, weeks, months, whatever, please do send it to me. You can use the same game chat that we've used to put this together. however you wish to get in contact with me. I would love to hear feedback from you. Yeah, man, always a pleasure to have you on, Jason. Like I said, it's been a really long time since we've gotten the game together. I missed it, so I'm very, very thankful that you were feeling up to it and that you joined us this evening. So thank you, man. All right, next up we have Steve.
Eyes are killing me. Tons of fun. It is once you have an idea of the mechanics, it flows pretty fast. It allows for some cinematic off the cuff. Really enjoyed that. I wrote some notes. I'll send them to you. But one of the things that really stood out to me was when you're doing like your carnage die, you're doing multiple hits. I think one of the interesting things to do would be to trade multiple hits on a target to adjust the difficulty for their armor to absorb it, i.e. you're adjusting their DC for them to be able to shirk it, because you're pumping more bullets into one target. So you're trading being able to hit multiple targets to focus one down. Just a thought. But it is a ton of fun. It's easy, and the swinginess of it sort of allows for that ramp up of gore that you get in the video games, right? Like it fits the power curve of video game, right? Most RPGs to tabletop try to be pretty linear in the progression. D&D sort of fails at the end where you swing up real hard all of a sudden, but this has that very intentional, constant swing to it, right? Which is good, right? Because it's the Mario effect. You get the mushroom, you get big. You get hit by a Koopa, you're small, right? And it's that moment, like you have your oh shit moments when you're Tiny Mario, or when a soul cleaving axe is being swung towards you, and all you're thinking is, man, I'm glad we got those health packs earlier. Which is what you want. So that's great. And a blast to play with everybody. I've never played with anybody here except for Tim. I've only played with Tim one time, and that was like 7 years ago at this point.
That's crazy. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Yeah, not since a Star Wars game. That's how long ago it's been. But yeah.
Holy cow.
So a blast. It was very enjoyable. Thank you all.
Absolutely. I live for that, man. Bringing people together and cleaving souls apart. That's a good night for me.
That's got to be a blurb on the back of the book.
People look at it.
I love it.
Yes.
TM. Yeah, man. I get the pleasure of gaming with you pretty consistently, at least usually once a month, and it's always a pleasure, man. So thank you very much for the feedback, and for just again, some of your descriptions tonight were just exactly what the doctor ordered, and it was a ton of fun. So yeah, and I know you are utterly exhausted, so I do appreciate so much for you being able to join us this evening, and hopefully we can wrap this up soon and you can go to sleep. All right, next we have Sarah.
Hi everybody. This was an absolute freaking blast. I have to agree with everything that Steve said. I mean, I love the way that the attributes are done and how you can upgrade and move up with dice. I absolutely love how that feels, because it's just like you're looking at your stuff and it's like, oh, you got this, so now you get to upgrade. Or you look and you get your kills and it's like, oh, you get to upgrade. Holy crap. And I really did, when we were talking earlier, I really liked the idea of a recon type class. I think that would fill out a party very, very well, because you have, your powerhouse. So you've got your DPS and your tanks, and you don't have your sneaky peoples. And sneaky peoples can do good things. Like Mac tried to be sneaky and it ended up very bad.
Sneaky, cowardly,
Cowardly. I was trying to be nice to Mac. I have really only ever played a game with the people in this group with Jeremy, and he was the GM of that game too. So it was a absolute blast playing with everybody. I do have a game that I will be playing in next week with Jason, so that'll be a ton of fun. I can't wait. I will plug myself again, Alice X Ann, basically on all of the socials. and Sundays at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on twitch.tv/ACRSyn. You can watch hijinks, and we're about to go visit my my old character, so that'll be fun.
Excellent. And Kenya is a great friend of the channel.
Yes,
she's one of the players in one of my other campaigns that I run here on the channel. So yeah, no stranger at all. Also
Kenya
another
is a
fantastic,
great person.
yes, another fantastic human being.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, and a very fantastic player and dungeon master to boot. So yeah, thank you so much, Sarah, for joining us for your second game here. Yeah, this was a ton of fun. Again, I'd gladly have you at the table again, anytime. All right. Next, speaking of at the table again, Tim.
All right, so this is a bit of a bucket list game for me that I didn't even know was on my bucket list. It was such fan service, but you made it totally unique, like in its own way. So it was really good homage, but I didn't feel like I was playing like bargain bin Doom. I felt like it was like, oh no, okay, this is taking the soul of what we, no pun intended, of what we love about the game and distilling it into like a fun tabletop experience. So I was also going to mention, just quick gameplay thought, I don't think it would be a problem with this group, but with other groups, the way that the kill mechanic works could change the way combat is, so that people wait and then kill pick so that they can level up.
Kill snipe.
Yeah. So
yeah, that's a good point.
Maybe just throwing out like a thought of like, if anyone gets a hit on a creature or more than 2 wounds, so that it feels like a camaraderie thing, and everybody
gets a
Yeah.
That's a good call.
That was the only thought outside of what was already mentioned. I think there's some really cool stuff, and as you play test it more, I think you're going to find those neat things that like were mentioned, of like, hey, you could try this, and what if you try this, and you know, things like that. So and just huge big ups to Steve, because you would never know that you had no sleep. Like, you were as sharp as a Marine's knife. So big ups, man.
Appreciate it.
And thank you all. Have a killer weekend, and this is great, and I'll do it again anytime.
Here.
Happy birthday again, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Happy belated
Big
birthday,
40.
Tim.
Welcome to the 40s club.
Yeah, baby. It's great.
I remember when I was 40. Oh.
Was it yesterday?
No. I've got my birthday this year is the next one.
Ooh,
Big 5.
Excellent.
Yeah. I like to think I look very young for my age. That's what I get.
I would have to say so. Absolutely.
Same.
Hair dye is awesome. Modern miracles.
Tim, thank you so much for agreeing to play in this, man. You know, it was a lot of fun getting to play Momentum with you, Whispers and Fragments, and I think that's the last time that we got to game together. I could be wrong, but I think that's when it was. But always a pleasure to have you at the table, and thank you so much for again, just for giving it your eye and the feedback. The work that you guys do with AbTab is definitely high on my list. So to have you as a game designer kind of sit in on this and take a peek is massive. So thank you. And as always, it's just a pleasure to play with you. So thank you. All right, last but certainly not least, the first time that I've had the pleasure of playing with Petra.
This was awesome. No, I was so hyped for this game, and I'm just thrilled to have a chance to play with all of you, because I've watched all of you on other things, and this was super cool. It was a great experience, and yes, I agree completely on the bucket list thing. I would do anything like this anytime again. So yeah, I enjoyed being a middle of the road character. I try to keep my character there, so it's like, but it very much so. I would agree with the if you had people that were being very competitive, there would be like oh, you go first or you go first. So having some kind of different ways for playing that up would work well. I don't have any follow up to that. I'm going to just let that game kind of carrying me through. But happy weekend, everybody. And you guys were all amazing. Super fun. Anytime.
Fantastic. It was a great first time getting to play with you, Petra, and I'm really happy that I got that chance. Thank you. And yeah, like it was just so much fun. All of you took this in stride, and all the ups and downs that came with the die rolls and the results and everything. You did great work with it, incorporating it into the story and the narrative of what was going on. And yeah, I've been very much looking forward to this game, not only just because I'm a huge fan of the original source material, but also just because I was really excited to be able to get this game system into players' hands and see how it's going to run in a full-fledged game. So this has been invaluable to me. So thank you all very, very much. For anybody who is watching this evening, thank you very, very much for tuning in. If you like this kind of content, then hit the like button, subscribe, share it with your friends, talk about how blasphemous everything was, and how much blood and gore and disgustingness came out of it. And I would super appreciate it. But I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. And until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.